But within those shifts, there is also geographical concentration of these production shifts in one particular geography, which poses a very a clear challenge which emanates automatically out of concentration of production and supply chains. And we have all seen that right from COVID through all the way to today. There is, of course, leveraging of the, I would say, factors of economic growth the world over, whether you look at finance, whether you look at trade, whether you look at technology. Each of these variables of economic growth is being strongly leveraged by different countries, sometimes in a very negative direction. We ourselves in India have experienced actually a segment which is the third segment, which is essentially the return of controls in many ways. So we in India have experienced products being restricted, consumption products being restricted from being available for the India's economic growth. We have seen technology being restricted for our economic growth. We have also seen even services and knowledge being restricted for economic growth. So I think this return to controls, and which are wide-ranging and not necessarily rooted in any global norm or even a regional norm. Essentially, one country decides, and we have experienced this, that XYZ thing should not be available to its foreign partner just because, in their view, this would help to constrain the growth of that country. So I think that's very clear to us. We have gone through it experientially. But it's equally important to mention that this is also becoming a relatively a trend which is spreading out all over. The third, fourth shift I would mention would be a kind of seamless connectivity between capital, finance, and markets. And I think this is very important for us to realize, at least in India, because as we grow, our capital needs, our investments needs, and naturally the flows that come both into the mainstream economy and the markets economy will be very crucial. So this seamless connectivity, this growth in it is actually very important. And I think I would say in our case also very helpful and productive in terms of fueling our own growth metrics. Other thing I would like to point is the changing global mobility patterns, essentially of populations and skilled labor, skilled manpower. And I think it's important for us to, again, keep this in mind because this is a very key aspect of not just our internal economic growth, but also how India's economy connects with the rest of the world externally. There is, of course, changing nature of warfare that we all are experiencing, becoming more contactless in terms of how it's conducted, and in terms of shifts in globalization, and that's the last shift I would, penultimate shift that I would like to point out, is the fact that the international rules of the road are being tested the world over. We have seen in the Indo-Pacific region and in the Indian Ocean a very clear challenge emerging to our own security because of this testing of the international road of the rules, and we are quite mindful of that. And increasingly, because of these multiple shifts, it's not just the cost of the factors, cost of production, which is important to you need to look at, but it's equally also the resilience and reliability. Cost alone is no longer a parameter in which I would secure my inputs that will go into my economy. I need them to be available reliably so that my growth doesn't abruptly suffers in between. Naturally, these shifts mean different things for different countries. We recognize them clearly as aspects which need to be very clearly addressed through clear policy options and, of course, through actions. Which then takes me to the third part of what I wanted to say, which is the salience and the importance of substance of our global partnerships. because it feeds into that primary and core impulse that I started with, which is economic growth and prosperity, is mindful of the shifts which are taking place internationally, and then keeping those two in mind, factors in how we shape our international partnerships. And in that, naturally, India-US partnership in all its dimensions is indeed most consequential, and I would say even first and foremost. Our convergences between India and US are broadly fundamental, and the benefits are mutual. And if you actually look at each element of what we do across the entire range of economic domain, if you look at what we do even geopolitically or even geoeconomically, you will find by and large there is a genuine complementarity between what India does and what US does. And very little to negligible competitiveness in terms of what we are trying to achieve for our respective countries. Spread across four broad segments, I would say. Yes, there is a government-to-government segment, which is driven by the leadership level impetus by Prime Minister Modi on our side, and in this case, President Trump. Both of them have a very strong relationship, deep respect for each other, even friendship. That then translates into a wide-ranging interagency cooperation between our two countries. My foreign secretary was here just about a week ago, having the full range of meetings across the entire administration, and this came out very, very clearly at those meetings. There is, of course, government-to-business transactions which take place. There are relationships. There's, of course, business to business, and naturally we can't ignore people to people, which is, what we are doing here today, this morning, is very much a very, I think, intuitive and important component of those exchanges. Under those four large segments, there is, of course, a sectoral spread. So you will have a strategic, political, and security, and I would say even a subnational cooperation element of it between our two economies. I would even add some of the strategic regional or plurilateral initiatives that the two countries have been part of. Quad stands as among the most important ones. There is IMAC, which is the India-Middle East Economic Corridor. Broadly, we find this space to be highly ambitious and at the same time actionable. If you look at the announced specifics of the India-US 10-year defense framework, which was signed last year, you will see that it has components which are truly actionable, important for the national security objectives of both our countries. So it's something which is truly good. The second segment, which is a rapidly growing segment and perhaps most crucial in terms of what the economic objectives of both our countries and in years ahead, I would say, is the technology and the innovation space. And then within that, I would include semiconductor space. And I don't mention semiconductor space purely as a chip-centric space. It is, yes, chip-centric in some ways, but there are also aspects of larger services and intellectual property-based aspects of technology and innovation in the semiconductor, whether you look at artificial intelligence in many ways, is a new and emerging space which relies on the top end of the semiconductor hardware, but it has a growth curve and economic direction, and I would say even a cyber security dimension of its own, which is very, very crucial, which is rooted very deeply in technology, and that's a partnership for us. There is a defense, which I've already mentioned, space, aerospace, high-end materials, and pretty much every aspects of the critical emerging technologies that you look at. Quantum is there, nuclear fusion is there, and those are all, I would say, the pathways which will define the substance of our partnership in the years ahead. But equally crucial because we are increasingly moving from commodity-based manufacturing and technology to the advanced industrial-based technology, and hence the importance of this. I've already mentioned the importance of the connectivity, seamless connectivity between capital markets and the finance, and that's the other segment of I think among the strongest segment of our partnership is the capital and the trade connect between our two countries. We have the largest largest bilateral flow of capital between our two economies, whether you take I would say financial flows that go into the market or the flows that go into the mainstream economy. Or you look at the flows that are technology linked that are flowing between the two countries. There is, of course, the trade. We are currently at about $200 billion a year, and the objective, which was announced during Prime Minister's visit to the White House in February last year, is to achieve Mission 500, which is 500 billion by the end of this decade. And then there are embedded across these domains are the strategic aspects of economic links. I would talk about I did refer to it, the Shanti Bill, which is the nuclear legislation that was passed last year, and the domain of not just conventional nuclear fission, essentially through the small and modular reactor path, which is a space of more or less a mature technology. Yes, the first reference plant is yet to emerge, but more or less mature technology. And the technologies that India is equally working at aggressively, US is too is working, which is relating to the nuclear fusion. We realize there are multiple paths in the nuclear fusion. We ourselves are pursuing some of them, but at some place these would converge. Critical minerals, again, is a segment which is an area of strong partnership actually between us. And it has, of course, the strategic objective, which is to build resilience for both our economies so that the supply of critical minerals, no country holds us hostage to those supply to constrain our economic growth. Artificial intelligence, I mentioned, which requires probably a day, if not more than a day in itself, to be able to discuss in terms of the kind of space we are heading into. Some of it is, as has been famously described as known unknown, but I think a lot of it is still very unknown segment. But clearly a space of great opportunity, without, of course, discounting the inherent challenges which are there in the space of AI. And the last segment in our bilateral aspects is the people-to-people exchanges, which I think in my personal view really forms a true bedrock of our relationship, and rooted in that are not just contact between the two societies, but also the institutions across the two countries, whether it is the bipartisan congressional support that this relationship is blessed by in the US, the connect between communities of the think tanks, and we really value and cherish what we do with Hudson in that space, and of course the larger connect at the level of a society. In short, what we'd say is that a new India is really is experiencing a very transformative and a positive change currently. Clearly, we can see that we live in, I would say, a uniquely instructive period of international shifts. But we are confident that our key focus on our priorities, which is at the expense of repeating it again, economic growth and prosperity, and what my Prime Minister has said and set for us, a target to be a Viksit Bharat in 2047. And I must mention that the target is not just an articulation of an objective. It is an empirical objective which has backward linkages to the policy choices and the actions that we are taking today with absolute measurable metrics year after year, so that we know each year we are meeting that milestone which would help us reach that 2047. So please don't take Viksit Bharat as an articulation of a political statement. Yes, it is that, but it's also vision which is measurable, empirical vision, which we are determined to achieve as we go forward. And in this, long-standing global partnerships, particularly with the United States, we regard it as the most consequential. We are quite confident that with this focus, with these transformations and our international partnerships, particularly with the United States, we would prevail in advancing our economic growth and prosperity and achieving that new India aim that we have for ourselves politically, economically, technologically, and reach that goal of Viksit Bharat in 2047. New India is a story of great excitement, great opportunity. There was a time 10 years ago, I remember saying at many forums that take a long bet on India and you will succeed. Today I'll say, even if you don't take a short-term bet on India, you will be missing out on a ton of opportunities which are there, not just in the medium long term, but in the short term. Once again, thank you so much for sharing this opportunity and giving me this time to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, Chairman Brian Mast here. I hope that you're doing well. So for decades, American taxpayers were footing the bill for outrageous foreign policy programs that only hurt our standing on the world stage. I've spoke about this in length in the last administration alone. We burned nearly $500,000 on training Indonesian baristas to be more gender friendly. Another $2 million for sex change surgeries in Guatemala, $25,000 more for a drag show seminar in Ecuador. The pictures of that one were spectacular, and the list goes on and on. Under President Trump, those days are gone. They're over. This stuff is not coming back, and we are refocusing our relationships with one principled question. Does this make America stronger, safer, more prosperous? Is it what we need out of the equation? The U.S.-India relationship stands out as a standard for what our partnership should look like. One generation ago, the relationship between Washington and New Delhi was cooperative but distant. Today, it's one of the most consequential strategic partnerships in the entire globe. Through the Quad, we're keeping the Indo-Pacific sea lanes free, open, ready for business. We're co-producing the fighter jet engines, the armored vehicles, the maritime systems, and our militaries, they depend on all of this. Our bilateral trade has more than doubled. And our technology and our innovation sectors are increasingly joined at the hip, as everybody can see so clearly. At the same time, India has also become one of our strongest counterweights against Chinese influence, and we need to build that bigger and bigger. India has to keep charting its own course in a direction that's economically independent from Beijing, a beacon of liberty on the world stage, and closer to the United States of America. Every enemy of democracy around the world weakens as a result. This is a partnership of choice built on mutually beneficial programs, creating a more stable world. I'm going to keep doing my part alongside President Trump in supporting our alliance and powering the United States of America to be the partner of choice for freedom-loving nations around the globe, like India, as I just spoke about.
Hello to my friends at the Hudson New India Conference. I want to thank my good friend Candid for helping organize and be involved in this conference. As you know, I co-chair the India-US Caucus. We need to build the strategic relationship with India. I'm glad that some of the blanket tariffs issues are being resolved, that we are now working on defense cooperation, that we are working to make sure that Taiwan isn't taken over militarily, that we're working on counterterrorism issues, and that we're working on AI standards and climate. There are so many common values that our democracies have in common. It was wrong for this relationship to have been put on the back burner and threatened in the first 6 months of the Trump administration. But I'm glad that cooler heads have prevailed, and now it seems like the relationship is being repaired. I am committed to working in a bipartisan basis to strengthen one of the most important partnerships in the 21st century.
Hi, everybody. I'm Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. Sorry I can't be with you in person. I'm with you in spirit, and thank you for allowing me to address you virtually today at Hudson Institute's New India Conference. Thank you also for attending this conference. It's so important. This issue, of course, is personal to me. I was made in India. I was born in India. I'm an Indian American. I'm proud of my Indian heritage. Of course, as a U.S. representative for the 8th District of Illinois, I'm also somebody who believes that the bridge between the U.S. and India needs to be stronger, that our ties need to grow, they need to deepen, and they need to continue to flourish regardless of who the president is, regardless of who's in the majority or in power in Congress. And that's because we are, the two of us are the world's oldest and largest democracies. Look, India is changing. Its economy is growing. It's accelerating in terms of its prosperity. And yet, I think it's still too often misunderstood here in Washington, D.C. And we have to do a better job of understanding India, but also understanding how the two countries can continue to work together in a constructive manner for the benefit of not only us and the Indians, but for the benefit of the world, especially at a time when the Chinese Communist Party is posing such a threat on so many different fronts, economically, militarily, and technologically. I hope that all of these topics are going to be discussed in depth today. I hope that all of you have a constructive engagement, and thank you for allowing me to address you today.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Curtis. I'm Director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. I'm delighted to be here today at this very important conference, and I thank the Hudson Institute for inviting me to moderate this distinguished panel. Our panel today is the new India in the world. So we're holding this discussion at a time of great uncertainty and flux on the world stage, as well as in the U.S.-India relationship. Last July, I wrote an article for Foreign Affairs magazine in which I argued that India's promotion of a multipolar world order had become counterproductive for New Delhi. I said the concept of a multipolar order is seductive to Indian policymakers who think India would have more influence if global power were dispersed. I argued that such calculations may have made sense 25 years ago when India, with its rapid economic growth, seemed poised to challenge China's influence in Asia. However, in the last 2 decades, China has widened that power gap with India in terms of economics as well as military power. I also noted that China and Russia were both pushing for a multipolar world to overturn international norms and institutions that had largely kept the peace in the Indo-Pacific for the last 50 years. Far from aiding India's rise, multipolarity, I argued, would only confirm Chinese hegemony in Asia and make India more vulnerable to Chinese aggression. However, fast forward 6 months, and my analysis of India and its place in the world is slightly different. I hadn't expected U.S.-India relations to deteriorate as badly as they did in the second half of 2025. In January 2026, in another article for Foreign Affairs that I co-authored with the CEO of CNAS, Richard Fontaine, we lamented the mishandling of the U.S.-India relationship and the fact that 20 years of bipartisan investment in ties were being put at risk. Thankfully, with the arrival of Ambassador Sergio Gore to New Delhi in early January and the announcement of an interim trade framework deal in early February, U.S.-India relations are now getting back on track. But I think the Indian public has lost a sense of trust and confidence in the United States that will not be easily restored. If India cannot truly count on the United States to respect its red lines and be a reliable partner, New Delhi will continue to pursue a multipolar world order and exercise its strategic autonomy by not becoming too reliant on any one country, including the United States. But to discuss India's place in the world, its ties to the United States, and what we can expect from India, from Indian foreign policy moving forward, we have a very distinguished set of speakers. First, we have Ms. Priyanka Chaturvedi, who is a former member of the Rajya Sabha and currently a member of the Shiv Sena UBT political party. Previously, she was one of the national spokespersons of the Indian National Congress. She has also been a columnist for several Indian newspapers, and she is a trustee of 2 NGOs working to promote children's education and women's empowerment and health. Ken Juster served as the U.S. ambassador to India from 2017 to 2021. Just prior to that, he was deputy assistant to the president for international economic affairs. He is currently senior counselor at the global law firm Freshfields, Brookhouse, and Derringer, a strategic advisor at Salesforce, and a distinguished fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. I first met Ken over 2 decades ago when he was undersecretary at the Commerce Department, and I accompanied him to India to launch the High Technology Cooperation Group. Things have come very far since then. Last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Vijay Chadawale, who is the head of the Department of Foreign Affairs of the BJP and a member of the National Executive of the BJP. In this role, he coordinates with the Indian diaspora globally and enhances the party's global outreach. He received his PhD in microbiology and was a postdoctoral fellow for 3 years at the U.S. National Institute of Health. And I've known Vijay for over a decade. It's great to see you again. So we will start with Ms. Chaturvedi.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Interesting that the opening comments are coming from someone who's a member of the opposition in India. But I'd just like to say a couple of things because it is a relationship that India and the US have been enjoying and have jointly built over 3 decades. And it came, like you mentioned, Lisa, in your opening comments, it came close to almost coming apart, falling apart. And yes, the role of Ambassador Sergio Gore and the role of Ambassador Vinay Quatra have ensured that we have a working deal in process, an interim deal in process, which I have some misgivings about, which we will talk about later. In terms of my opening comments, what I would want to begin with, that as far as India is concerned, and you spoke about multipolarity, I just make a few comments. In the 21st century, India has emerged as a confident, influential global actor, and often referred to as New India. The country's foreign policy reflects ambition, strategic autonomy, as well as economic growth and a desire to shape global governance. Its relation with the world, and particularly with the United States, has evolved significantly, driven by shared interest, geopolitical realities, and mutual aspirations. New India's global engagement is rooted in a balance between continuity and change. Traditionally, India followed a policy of non-alignment, but today it practices multi-alignment, like you spoke about. Engaging with multiple powers simultaneously without being tied to any single bloc. Key principles of this particular multi-alignment includes strategic autonomy, peaceful coexistence, economic diplomacy, global leadership in issues like climate change and development. We must understand India is a nation of 1.4 billion people, and we are aspiring, not just in terms of global positioning as far as GDP is concerned, but also ensuring that the per capita income of every Indian citizen increases in a way that India does not need to compromise at any conversation tables or any negotiating tables. India's expanding footprint, New India is no longer a passive participant, but an agenda setter in world affairs. Economic influence, India is amongst the fastest growing major economies, attracting investment and strengthening trade ties across Asia, Africa, Europe, and Latin America. Soft power, through yoga, culture, cinema, and its diaspora, India enhances its global image. The international celebration of International Day of Yoga highlights this influence. Global South leadership, India positions itself as a voice for developing nations, advocating equity in climate negotiations and development financing. Strategic partnerships around the world, India has built diverse partnerships with Europe for trade and technology, with Japan and Australia under the Quad, and with African nations for development partnerships. Again, India-US relationships that almost derailed over the past year have come back on track in terms of some misgivings, in terms of what, as I speak today, as I was making my way here to the Hudson Institute, there were some very scathing remarks coming from President Trump, and I happened to read it on Truth Social. But I'm hoping we can keep that aside in terms of calling India a hellhole, as well as sharing comments. These were comments coming from somebody who is a Trump supporter, and sharing that on Truth Social kind of leaves a question in our minds, a doubt in our minds, as to how far are we going to go to ensure that India-US relations are the relationships and the development that we talk about in the 21st century. Just let me know if my time's up, right? So, right, so that is one important issue that I wanted to highlight, that while India realizes the rules-based order, it realizes following the rules in the global trade order, and also realizes the need to follow, and there are very few countries which are following the rules-based order currently, need to realign ourselves, reassure the world that there will be a common code of conduct, a common rules that would be respected and followed. And India is right now positioned in a place where India sees itself as someone which has never aggressively gone and attacked another country, has respected the global trade order, and continues to fight for the global South. So that is where we stand today. And looking forward, I would just say that the conversations that the diaspora is having, the conversation that industries are having amongst each other, will also ensure that India-US relationship continues to be stronger and we grow together. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me with this microphone? Yeah. Okay, excellent. It's a pleasure to be here this morning at the Hudson Institute. The organizers asked us to speak about India's changing relationship with the world, its new approach to geopolitics, and what it wants on the world stage. I'd like to provide my perspective on these issues as a non-Indian who has been involved in US-India relations for the past 26 years, and I'll leave to my Indian friends how the cultural moorings of the BJP shape India's new approach to the world. Let me begin with several factors that, in my view, have shaped India's foreign policy since the turn of the century, and then turn to the specific policies that have resulted. The first factor is how India has adapted over time its aversion to alliances and coalitions. During the Cold War, India followed a strategy of non-alignment, seeking to avoid disputes between the East and the West. Though even with this non-alignment strategy, it tilted toward the United States during the 1962 war with China and in the aftermath, and then later tilted to the Soviet Union after there was the Sino-American rapprochement in the 1970s. With the end of the Cold War and the reform of India's economy, India reoriented its foreign policy by rapidly expanding commercial ties with the West, even while it continued to purchase arms from Russia, reaching an understanding with China on managing the border, and as Indians worried about a unipolar world, working with Russia and China to seek to promote a multipolar world. Then with the turn of the century and the steady transformation of US-India relations and the rapid rise of China and its assertiveness
in territorial disputes on the border in 2013, 14, 17, and most notably 2020, India has again moved closer to the United States. Nonetheless, as was mentioned by Priyanka, India remains committed to the principle of strategic autonomy, or working with others without surrendering its independence of judgment and action, as well as committed to a multipolar world. This prevents it from aligning too closely with the United States, and that sentiment has been reinforced by the strain in relations during the second Trump administration. A second factor, in my view, affecting India's foreign policy has been its growing economy. When I began in 2001 as Undersecretary of Commerce, India's GDP was approximately $500 billion, and it ranked 13th in the world. When Narendra Modi became Prime Minister in 2014, India's GDP had grown to $2.04 trillion, and it ranked 10th in the world. Today, India's GDP is approximately $4.15 trillion, and it ranks 4th in the world and will soon become the 3rd largest economy in the world. However, because of its large population, 1.45 to 1.5 billion people, it has a relatively low per capita GDP of approximately $2,800 a person, and that ranks anywhere from 119th to 143rd, depending on whether you look at purchasing power parity or nominal GDP. So this growth paradox requires India to balance its global ambitions with its domestic needs, perhaps more acutely than any other country in the world. India's challenge is how to leverage its overall economic size to accelerate prosperity for its citizens. This provides both opportunities and strength for India's foreign policy, but also some natural constraints on it because of its domestic needs. A third defining factor in the new India policy, foreign policy, has been its growing strategic partnership with the United States. The U.S.-India civil nuclear deal of 2008 brought India out of the nuclear wilderness and created new opportunities for it in the international system. Over time, India has become a proud member of 3 of the 4 multilateral export control regimes, the Wassenaar Arrangement for Dual-Use Items, the Missile Technology Control Regime, and the Australia Group for Chemical and Biological Weapons, and it would be a member of the 4th Nuclear Suppliers Group if China were not standing in its way and blocking its membership. Moreover, India has greatly enhanced its coordination with the United States, as has been mentioned, on matters on defense, technology, and energy, among a broad range of others. And India has joined with the United States in many-lateral groupings, such as the Quad with Australia and Japan as well, the I2U2, which includes Israel and the United Arab Emirates, focused on technology, Pax Silica, a more recent effort, US-led effort focused on securing trusted partners for critical supply chains and advanced technology, and also the IMEC, the India, Middle East, European Economic Corridor, which is temporarily on hold until matters stabilize in the Middle East. A final important factor in the new orientation of India's foreign policy was the election of Prime Minister Modi in 2014. I'll leave it to my Indian colleagues to define how he has affected India internally, but externally, Modi has increasingly projected greater self-confidence in reaching out to a wide swath of countries throughout the world, expanding the scope of India's foreign policy and its sense of purpose in engaging others. Under Prime Minister Modi, India sees itself as a civilizational power that wants to play an increasingly significant role in world affairs and the international community. India shares a common interest with middle powers in wanting to avoid letting the US-China competition weaken its strategic autonomy and freedom of action, even though its extended conflict with China leads it, as I mentioned, to tilt toward the United States. Under Prime Minister Modi, India has declared the ambitious goal of becoming a developed nation by 2047 and has become a regular and influential observer for over a decade at the G7 summits and made a big splash in 2023 as the chair of the G20 summit, in which it also made clear it wants to be the global voice, or the voice for the global South. So how do these factors manifest themselves in specific elements of India's new foreign policy? First, as been mentioned now, India supports a policy of multi-alignment in accordance with its vision of a multipolar world, but as noted, it's gravitated toward a closer and deeper relationship with the United States to help it deal with what is now clear to be its long-term structural challenges posed by China. Over the last 2 decades, India's ties with the United States have improved as its problems with China have worsened. To be sure, the strain in US-India relationship that has arisen during the second Trump administration, including a tougher US policy on trade, the President Trump's warmth toward Pakistan, and even the possibility that he might strike an accommodation with China, have still raised some concerns in India. But for now, I see strong US-India ties enduring, whether it's in areas such as defense, overall trade and investment, secure supply chains, technology cooperation, and energy security. And each of these areas have continued to move forward despite the strains that have occurred. Prior to the second Trump administration, but perhaps accelerated by it, India is also reaching out more strategically to a range of other countries, including its Quad partners, Australia and Japan, and to Europe and the United Kingdom. These countries are much more a part of India's overall strategic framework than they were previously. India wants to work with these countries on emerging technologies, and in the last few years, it's actually concluded a series of trade agreements with Australia, with the United Kingdom, with the European Union, the European Free Trade Association, consisting of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, and it has announced an agreement with Canada to try to finalize a trade deal by the end of this year. Indeed, it appears that India has recently taken a much more open view toward trade than it had during the first 2 terms of Prime Minister Modi's administration. India is also seeking to reconnect with Asia, both to strengthen its ties, perhaps with some greater tact, with its immediate neighbors in South Asia, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, and there's some new openings and opportunities there, and also to work more closely with the ASEAN countries. To date, however, this has not meant that India has been willing to join a regional free trade agreement. It pulled out of the RCEP, the Regional Economic Cooperation Partnership, and it has not indicated an interest in joining the comprehensive agreement, comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP. In my view, I worry that if India stays outside of these regional frameworks, it will not be able to fully meet its aspiration of being a global supply chain hub. Of course, China remains India's biggest threat in the region, and China's close partnership with Pakistan, as demonstrated by Pakistan's response to Operation Sindoor, is a cause of great concern to Delhi. This is one among several reasons why Delhi seeks to stabilize its relationship with Beijing, even though it will never be a relationship of trust. As part of India's vision of a multipolar world, it seeks to continue to maintain its historical ties to Russia, to ensure supplies of parts and components for its arms, to have access to Russian oil as an energy hedge, to try to keep Russia from getting too close to China, and perhaps even as insurance if its relationship with the United States sours. Nonetheless, I believe that Delhi recognizes Moscow as a declining power and realizes that an overly close relationship with Russia may actually jeopardize its burgeoning relations with Europe and its access to US and Western technology. India has also increased in the last several years its engagement with countries in the Middle East, including Israel, and in the Persian Gulf, in Latin America, and in Africa, all as part of its activism in the global South. In addition, as I've mentioned, as part of this activism, India is participating in a wide range of multilateral groupings with a full range of partners across the whole spectrum. There's the Quad that I've mentioned, there's the BRICS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the I2U2 I mentioned, and most recently, Pax Silica, among others. Prime Minister Modi has also engaged the Indian diaspora with huge rallies in major cities around the world. This is part of an effort to make people proud of their Indian heritage, and moreover, it can have a positive impact on the policies of the host countries toward India, and it's been, in my opinion, hugely successful. Other speakers may comment on that today. Finally, let me touch on Pakistan's successful courting of the Trump administration, which now extends to being an intermediary in the US-Iran talks. Obviously, on multiple levels, and for many reasons, this is an irritant to India and a surprise to many of us, and I don't need to enumerate all the reasons for that. But it may also have a practical impact on India. Pakistan's warm relations with the United States may cause India to limit its response to the next significant cross-border terrorist incident. At the very least, unlike other previous incidents, and I was ambassador when we had the Pulwama and Balakot incident, India may have doubts as to whether the United States will support a muscular response to Pakistani-based terrorist groups. Of course, as someone involved in US-India relations in both the public and private sectors over the last 26 years, I hope that we get our bilateral relationship fully back on track, with each side taking the necessary steps to truly make a mutually beneficial partnership. Given India's large population, its market size, its technological talent, and its growing military, its rise will be one of the most significant geopolitical stories of this century. And in my view, it's in the interests of both the United States and India for America to be a positive part of that story. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, thank you for, I guess it's on, is it? Yeah, it's on. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. My friends in Hudson, Aparna, Walter Russell Mead, and also, of course, my brother Khanderao, and for the success of this great convention. Before I start my presentation, I would like to narrate a short story by a great leader of this country, who is also was a great storyteller, President Ronald Reagan. And in one of his stories, he said that there was a warship going on in the dark waters, and the captain saw a red light at some distance. So on a megaphone, he started shouting that, please make a turn 20 degrees, otherwise we will collide. On the other side, he got a message that it's not possible for us to turn. He said, I am warning you, we are a warship, we will hit you. He said, sir, we are a lighthouse. So without going into further elaboration, the civilizational state like India always seems seen like a minuscule boat in the sea, but has a strong power to sustain various adversaries. And therefore, in the current turmoil in the relations of India and US, even though there are some concerns, there is no point in being excessively worried about, because of so many positive things are happening in parallel, many over the ground and many below the radar. Friends, before we talk about India, US, and the new world order, it is important to know that what's happening within India. And that actually has changed a lot of things which we are discussing on the world stage. India is one of the largest countries where the Indian population by and large are very hopeful, very positive about its future. In the last decade, India's per capita GDP has grown up, and it has increased by more than 40%. We have eliminated the worst kind of poverty by almost 2/3, and 250 million people have come above the poverty lines. And that has given not only the fresh impetus to their lives, but also impacted on several other collateral issues, such as the basic health and nutrition. Second part is India is now increasingly seen by the people staying there as a land of opportunities rather than a land of despair. And there are many numbers which I can quote, but to tell you few, India's internet subscription has grown from merely 250 million 10 years ago when Prime Minister Modi took over charge to now to approximately 1 billion and above in mid-2020s, while average monthly data consumption has been risen from well under 1 gigabyte to over 20 gigabytes per user. This rapid diffusion of cheap mobile data has effectively brought hundreds of millions of people into digital economy, the success story which is unheard of in the recent history anywhere in the world. It has expanded not only the connectivity, but also gave people access to education, services, and also to market, irrespective of their geographical position. On the entrepreneurial side, there are more than 150,000 startups that have been launched in India over a decade, and many of them have now crossed valuation of more than $1 billion, calling them as a unicorn. This has resulted into creating a new kind of entrepreneurship and also employment opportunities, which has definitely created more than 1.5 million direct jobs and attracted over $100 billion of investments from all over the world. What has happened because of this is that Indian policymakers are now actually thinking in the long-term policies. And this is happening irrespective of the government, which party is in govern at the state level. One of the classical example I would like to give here is that many of you must have visited Mumbai, and then close to Mumbai there is another city that has come up in last 2 decades, which we call as a new Mumbai. So the current Chief Minister of Maharashtra is actually now talking about Mumbai 3 and Mumbai 4, which is a project of next 25 years. And it is not only a daydream, but there is a concrete plan about Mumbai 3 and Mumbai 4. And with the growing population of India, especially in the metros, such a kind of long-term policy is giving a new direction for investments and also for the town planning. Next is, of course, India is rightly proud of its heritage and civilization. The Modi government's New India's discourse is explicitly rooted in civilizational self-image. It is also useful for foreign audiences to see how this translates into policy and international initiatives such as yoga days, Ayurveda, etc. But these civilizational values, such as having a friendship with everyone around the world, has been translated into real action when Prime Minister Modi's government has launched a vaccine Maitri, giving millions of doses of COVID vaccine, most of them free of cost, to more than 80 countries. Being a part of that ecosystem, I can humbly but proudly say that if India would not have supplied the vaccines to many countries in the world, they would have remained succumbed to the pandemic of COVID for many, many days or months to come. And therefore, India has contributed in a big way to save the global mankind. Next is India as an economic superpower. India is still a lower middle income society, and its per capita income needs to grow significantly, but also it is growing in a very rapid way in the right direction. The growth acceleration from the mid-20s after a period marked by high inflation and weaker output is a key part of government's economic plan, and India is doing it in the right direction. Fifth point I would like to emphasize is that India is not only becoming a service economy, but also entrepreneurial innovation ecosystem is growing very rapidly, and therefore, as Prime Minister Modi is rightly saying, that Indian youth are not only the employment seeker, but also employment generator. And this has changed the paradigm of Indian youth, which forms a majority of the India's population, to grow by themselves and also to help others by the frugal as well as very path-breaking innovations. Last but not least, I would like to say that India is a self-confident and resolute country. India has repeatedly shown that we can deal with the changing world in the most dynamic fashion and at the same time be agile to the new challenges that we are facing. We are able to create our own technology platforms which will suffice not only to India, but majority part of the global south and the people who are devoid of access to such technologies. And India has also become a resolute country that will not allow any nonsense to remain unchallenged. With all this, I think that India is on a verge of play its rightful role in the new world order, how difficult, how challenging, and how uncertain it is. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all for really excellent, comprehensive remarks on the U.S.-India relationship. And I'd like to start with you, Ms. Chaturvedi, the first question. But before I ask the question, I want to make a bit of a clarification on my opening remarks, since you did comment on them. And I think what I was saying is, last year in July, I had written an article very critical of India's pursuit of a multipolar world order. However, that was based on the assumption that the U.S. would always be a reliable partner, would always respect India's red lines. Unfortunately, that's not what we saw in the last 6 months of 2025. So it forced me to revise my analysis and accept that it does make sense for India to pursue this multipolar world order. So I just want to make that clarification. My question to you is based on the fact that you have focused a great deal of attention on issues related to women's empowerment and education while serving in the Indian Parliament. Can you talk first about your recent stance on the Women's Reservation Bill and explain that a bit? And also, what do you see as the main obstacle to moving forward with expanding women's role in Indian politics and leadership and decision-making roles within the government? What are your plans for ensuring Indian women gain a greater voice in decision-making and leadership within the government? And lastly, are there ways that the United States and India can work together toward this goal?
So thank you so much for this question, because back home in India, there's this huge debate going on which side of the spectrum is Priyanka Chaturvedi on currently. I just say I'm on the side of the women of the country. 50% of India's voters and population is that of women, but in terms of representation, we have barely managed to reach up to 13%, 14%, which is an unfortunate reality. What played out last week was something very unfortunate. We had passed a bill in 2023, which assured 33% reservation for women. And let me tell you, Lisa, this is a fight which has been going on for past 3 decades for representation. This is not how our founding fathers saw that India would want to fight for a representation. Indian women would have to fight for a representation. Like many countries had to fight for, voting rights. Women had to fight for their voting rights. India was given the voting rights. Indian women were treated as equals. Our great leader, Sarojini Naidu ji, said, we don't want any preferential treatment. We want to be treated as equals in this independent country. That is where we began from, but barricades were created due to which we've seen a rise from 5% of political representation to just about 13%. So I thought the time was critical. The time was in 2023 to introduce it right there, then, and then. It was postponed to a later date, and now it came in the form of connecting it to adding more seats in the parliament and then opening the doors for women. My belief is that let's open the doors for women in the existing structure as it exists in the parliament, because adding seats creates has been a controversial topic, which cannot be decided over the course of 3 days. So I will continue to say I stand for the women of the country, that they need to be represented. How we can work forward? I'm very certain that in the times to come, the government also, Prime Minister Modi himself, when he addressed the people of the country, he said he's made it his personal goal to ensure that there is going to be representation. So I'm hoping that the 2023 bill would be delinked from the idea of adding more seats and would be applicable as is. And that would also open the door. So maybe not 280 women in the parliament, at least 180 would be a good start. So that is where I stand. How could India and US collaborate? Right now we are also coming to terms with how US is engaging with India in terms of the comments that are coming, while at the ambassadorial level, at the ministerial level, people are working to find convergences, but also at the same time, there are problematic comments that come which derails the entire conversation. So I think India is very well poised to resolve its own issues and to be able to get women. We understand back home in India that women need to be there. They come as voters. They are coming in large numbers to vote. They need to be represented as well. And I'd just like to close with one comment. Vijayji mentioned about providing vaccines globally to over 80 countries. Let me also tell you, India was at the forefront of fighting at the WTO with regards to the patents that companies were wanting to bring in, and larger countries wanted patents on their vaccines to make it more expensive and make it inaccessible. India has fought that fight. So India has been leading from the front in terms of the G20 representation of the African bloc. When we took charge as a presidency, the Prime Minister spoke about this. The third thing that the Prime Minister did was introduce a new paradigm, which was the women-led development. Everybody talks about women-included development. He was talking about a new paradigm, which is about women-led development. So I think keeping all of those in mind, I believe that it might be a longer fight, but we will continue. The women of the country will continue to fight the fight.
Great, thank you. And of course, in the United States, we have some of our own challenges. I'm part of an organization, the Leadership Council for Women in National Security, and we do a survey every few years looking at the 300 top national security positions in the United States government and what percentage are held by women. Unfortunately, right now, it's about 13%, which is extremely low, much lower than in previous years. So we need changes here in the United States as well. Ambassador Jester, I'd like to come to you next. What was the greatest challenge that you faced when you were ambassador in India during the first Trump administration in ensuring that U.S.-India relations remain strong?
Thank you, Lisa. As I reflect back on my term, I think there were 3 major crises I had to deal with. One was COVID, and both working with the government of India and trying to expatriate 6,000 Americans to the United States. But let me put that to the side. In terms of the bilateral relationship, there was the Pulwama terrorist incident in 2019 and India's response with the Balakoh bombing, and then the Chinese incident coming across the line of actual control in 2020. And I think we worked closely with the government of India during both of those in ways that enhanced the relationship. Very briefly, in 2019, we understood, and I, in my conversations with Vijay Gokhale at the time, made it clear that we knew India was going to have to respond, and gave it leeway in doing so. They took a muscular response against Pakistan. As you may recall, there was a dust-up between the two countries. Some planes were shot down, and a pilot was actually captured by the Pakistanis. And I think myself and Paul Jones, who was our head of mission in Pakistan, were very much involved in both the efforts to quickly free that prisoner. I'm sure, Lisa, you were obviously involved from Washington, D.C. as well. But then there was also a concern that each side saw the other moving some of its nuclear weapons and was concerned that the other was going to take a preemptive nuclear attack. And we were able, with our intelligence community, to assure, because we could see things that perhaps each side didn't fully see, and could communicate with both sides, assure the other that this was not happening, and help to calm that situation. In 2020, as was during COVID, I think the Indians and the Prime Minister, who had been holding informal summit meetings in 2018 and 19 with President Xi, were shocked when the Chinese were doing a military drill in the Tibetan region and suddenly took a 90-degree turn and came into the disputed territory on the line of actual control. To this day, we don't know exactly what their motivation was. There's a variety of different speculations, but I think I can say confidently that we were there for India and did backward somersaults to try to provide them everything they needed at the time, and consulted closely with them. During COVID, Secretary of State Pompeo and Secretary of Defense Esper came to India and met with the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, the Foreign Minister, and we really stood shoulder to shoulder with them, which I think showed at the end of the day, when the chips are down and the lights are on, the United States of America is there in a way that no other country could be, in my view.
Thank you. And that leads nicely into my question for you, Mr. Chadawale. So Ambassador Jester just talked about the United States showing it was a reliable partner during the first Trump administration. And I would argue that the U.S.-India relationship was really at an all-time high when President Trump left office in 2020, in January 2020. So this led Indians to generally believe that a second Trump administration would follow suit and that we would see even new heights reached under a second Trump administration. However, that is not how things have gone, as we've all talked about. So how do you assess that Indian American voters view President Trump's handling of the relationship this time around? Has there been any diminishment of support for President Trump among the Indian American community due to the way he has handled this relationship?
So first of all, fortunately, I'm sitting between two individuals who have contributed a lot in the first term of President Trump in strengthening India-US relations, and I have witnessed some of the things which they have done firsthand. So in that context, I am not representing here Indian Americans, so someone else might be a better person to address this question. I think Indian Americans is not a homogeneous entity. It is not a monolithic entity. There are several factions and sub-factions within them, and everyone is looking at this current turmoil in a different way. For example, those who are H-1 visa holders, they are purely looking at what will happen to their visa renewal. And those who are involved in a large-scale trade between two countries are involved about the tariffs. So within all this, there are also politically, they are not unified. So my understanding is that majority of Indian Americans are still Democrats. I may be wrong, but this is my understanding. And therefore, there are people who tell us that, okay, we have told you, kind of thing, and you are still supporting Republican administration. And on the other side, other extreme, there are people who say that, yes, Mr. Trump, whatever he's doing is great for America, and India has to take its share of the blame also. So there is no single answer, essentially.
Lisa, can I just add a footnote to what Vijay said at the outset, which while I was focusing on the role of the embassy in some of the crises we mentioned, you back in Washington were involved in all of these as well. And I think what was very important during the first term was the close coordination we had. We had a biweekly call. Everything we did was lockstep. As you mentioned earlier, you and I have worked together for a couple of decades on this relationship. And I think it's very important to be successful that there's a process in Washington that is analyzing the relationship, and it works in close conjunction with people out in the country doing it. And we did that in the first term, and I want to thank you for your significant effort in that regard.
Well, thank you. And I think it points to the importance of the National Security Council
that's
process.
what I'm saying, yes.
Yeah, we held regular meetings.
Ask the question where the Hindu Americans are instead of Indian Americans. Okay? That is the question. That would be an interesting answer.
Well, I will leave it to Vijay if he wants to answer that. Vijay, would you like to answer that? No. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. I think that was a very, very interesting answer that you provided, and it's an important question. This is an important vote block here in the United States, and so that's why I asked it. So thank you. Ms. Chaturvedi, I want to come back to you and ask you about the trade issue. You've raised some concerns about the interim trade agreement. Do you still share those concerns? If so, can you detail what those are, and how can Prime Minister Modi address them?
I think one of the concerns that we raised was with regards to negotiating on a tariff which was imposed on us, which was, like your Supreme Court has said, was illegal, should not have. So we were starting to have a conversation while we continue to hold on to that position that US continued to take. And India deeply appreciated the leadership call in terms of that. But the minute we started to negotiate on the 50% tariff that was illegally imposed on us and come to 18%, that was one issue that I did raise as a concern. The second concern was with regards to the trade deal contours coming from the President of America and Indians not knowing exactly what was the negotiated trade deal, interim deal. The second was about the $500 billion trade. As we stand currently, we have a trade worth $45 billion. To take it to, sorry?
145.
No, yeah, it's over 200 billion, 200 billion.
$500 billion. Where would it come from? Where is India committing this from? Over the period of 5 years is what was said. And that also raised concerns with our farmers as well as our dairy producers, that where would it come from? Because we have been protecting that. We had been protecting our agriculture industry as well as the dairy industry. That was point two. Third was when Donald Trump said that we have agreed on not buying Russian oil. Again, that is our autonomic decision, and that is something that we should be deciding with, in terms of the energy security needs back home, and that is something that India has been addressing. So those were the three concerns. Again, it was struck down as soon as the interim deal was announced. The tariffs that were being imposed were struck down by your own courts, and now there's another negotiation happening. There is no final deal. So those were the concerns that it was coming from, where we were coming from, considering, like you said, India has built relationships over 3 decades. We have invested in this relationship. We're looking at United States of America as a reliable ally, irrespective of governance changes or leadership changes. The continuity should remain. Let's understand back home in India, even if I'm in the opposition right now, the continuity in terms of policy, priority it could change, but in terms of policy, India has played a consistent role. It has been a reliable, dependable ally to everyone they have engaged with. And that is the strength that India comes from. That is the belief India comes from. So we were looking at a reliable ally, not throwing tantrums at us, not telling us what to do, actually understanding our challenges and coming to terms with it. So that is where the problem lies, and we would finally know where it stands in terms of a final conclusion of the deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have a Q&A from the audience in a moment, sir. I want to just finish out some questions and then be happy to take your question. So Ambassador Dresser, can you give us the U.S. perspective on the trade negotiations? You were very involved in this issue as ambassador.
Yeah.
You're now watching what's happening. Can you just give us the sort of U.S. perspective?
Okay, well, I want to make clear I'm not a member of the Trump administration, and I'm not speaking on their behalf, and I don't know what their internal process is. I think the president felt, and with some justification, that the Indian market was a little more closed than it should be, and the U.S. market is a very open market. In fact, over the last 20 years, the way the World Trade Organization and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade were set up is when you come into it, you might come in at a very high binding tariff rate, and the U.S. had a very low binding tariff rate. And this was in part to help other countries develop. But over time, the countries with the high rates did not have a process for lowering them, and you saw increasingly structural challenges in the trade system where deficits, countries are going to run deficits from time to time, but they were becoming perennial and problematic. And so some effort was needed, in the view of the administration, to try to make adjustments to that process. Now, how you go about doing those and the tactics of doing them, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with things that have occurred, but I don't think it's incorrect to say that the bilateral trade relationship would benefit from more openings in the Indian side, which I believe would actually benefit India's own economy. Obviously, agriculture is always a sensitive issue, and in the first round, the U.S., my understanding is, did not make an effort to try to affect the most sensitive agricultural areas. There are also agricultural issues, and you heard the ambassador say we have complementarity, where there can be some openings that don't really damage Indian industry. So the notion that you had to try to increase the openness of the trade relationship is not, in my view, incorrect. The process by which it's done, I think, created a lot of collateral damage. I don't think it's helpful to use derogatory language or be looking like you're trying to pressure countries. I think you have to simply say, here are the consequences. You then make a choice. And if you don't allow certain goods to come in or you treat our companies poorly, that may have an impact on your companies as well. And I think these negotiations are best done quietly. I think it's very tough for a leader to make concessions when it looks like they're being forced to do so by another country. But as I said, and I think it's been a frustration of a lot of American companies involved in business with India, there are barriers of tariff and non-tariff barriers, quality control standards, sanitary standards, could be a little onerous at times, and there needed to be some effort to try to loosen that up a bit. On the Russian oil, so that was really what the first 25% tariff was, the initial reciprocal tariff, which has been said has gotten down to 18%, although the entire legal basis for the tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA, has been thrown out by the Supreme Court. And the new basis that the administration is seeking, which is 301, will allow them to impose tariffs, but not, in my opinion, across the entire board and indefinitely forever. There is more process involved in it. It cannot be a unilateral executive decision. You have to go through some legal steps. The second tariff was the 25% sort of sanctions-related tariff for purchasing Russian oil. Now, this came about right after the flap on Pakistan, in which the Pakistanis nominated the president for the Nobel Prize. General Munir, now Field Marshal Munir, came to Washington, and Prime Minister Modi did not want to engage in that process for, longstanding reasons. Whether the Prime Minister, in hindsight, might have recognized that the U.S. does play some role in trying to diffuse a crisis between the two countries, just like I explained we did in 2019, without saying that you mediated it, because it wasn't mediated, might have helped, perhaps, I don't know, but in any event, the president was not pleased about that. And once again, India was buying a lot of oil from Russia. It had gone from about 1% of its imports to 33% of its imported oil, and the economic conditions were changing to lower that. I don't think it was good for India to be buying that much from Russia. It's a world leader. The Russian cause, while it may have looked different at the outset of the war, we're now 4 years into the war. Russia has shown no interest in a ceasefire or peace. It's been firing on civilian infrastructure. It's been kidnapping Ukrainian children. It's hard to say we should continue to do business as usual, but that's an issue for India. Again, if this had been discussed quietly, and I think India was prepared to lower its imports from Russia for reasons of diversifying its supply and also market conditions, I think it could have happened on its own. Once again, when you publicly pressure them to do something, it makes it more difficult for a country to actually take those steps. And I think the Indian government will, over time, lower its amount of imports from Russia. Whether it goes to zero or not, I don't know. But it was unfortunate to have it played out publicly. So again, I think there was a trace of reason in the issue being raised, but the way it was done with slapping on the 25% tariffs and publicly managing it was not the perhaps most productive way to do it. So the trade issue now is such that the Indian government has indicated, while they had agreed in principle to the 18% tariff, part of that was where they would stand competitively with other countries that exported similar items to the United States, and they were at a lower tariff rate than the Pakistanis, the Bangladeshis, not much lower, I think it was a point lower, but they were lower. And it's important to them, after the 301 cases occur, to still have that relatively better tariff rate. And I think they're waiting to see what will come out in terms of 301 and whether, if the president goes to Beijing in May, he strikes a deal that makes the Chinese rate lower than the Indian rate. All these are variables, and they're holding up an effort to finalize a trade accord. I think at the end of the day, India will benefit from an agreement with the United States. We're your largest trading partner. We're critical to, I think, economic growth in the country. And as I said in my opening remarks, I think India opening itself while protecting some sensitive agricultural area is to its own benefit and will only enable it to be more integrated into international supply chains and become a global hub for such supply chains. So.
Thank you. Thank you. I have one more question for Mr. Chadawale, then I will be turning to the audience. So have your questions ready. So I'm shifting the conversation a little bit. I'd like to talk about the situation with India's immediate neighborhood, namely relations with Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Do you assess that India has an opportunity to strengthen its relationships in the region, given some of the recent political developments and changes in government in both Bangladesh and Nepal? Are there ways that the U.S. and India can work together to keep China's influence at bay in the region?
So as you know, in the India's neighborhood, there is always interplay between the big powers of Europe, US, China, and also India. And they attempt to exert their influence on the domestic politics as well as the outcomes of the bilateral relations. The current situation in Bangladesh and Nepal actually has changed after the elections in both the countries. Just a couple of weeks ago, there was a visit of Bangladesh foreign minister and his foreign policy advisor to India, and outcome of those visit were very good. I myself, I have met the foreign policy advisor Himayu Kabir, and we had a very good cordial discussion. We had in past some relations with contacts with BNP, but not very strong. Both the parties, BJP and BNP, would like to start that dialogue. In fact, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, who is also President of BNP, has written a letter to BJP President, which was handed over to me by the Foreign Policy Advisor. So there is some top-level interest to initiate dialogues between two parties as far as the political dialogue is concerned. In Nepal, the new government is totally unknown. So they are so new, no one really knows where they stand for. And therefore, it is a kind of a situation in progress. But one thing is good, I feel that in Nepal, all the old baggages of the relationship are now kept aside because of the formation of totally new political alignment. And it gives opportunity for both the countries to strengthen the relations further. Nepal had a very peculiar situation. I am a close watcher of Nepal, and the outcome of the student agitation there was initially felt very violent, but eventually it has shown that in the democratic setup, things cannot go beyond certain limit, and then there is bound to have some reactions from the common man on the street, and that is precisely what had happened in Nepal. And therefore, we are quite hopeful that there will be a fresh reboot in the positive direction with the relations with Nepal.
Thank you. Okay, we will take audience questions. If you can state your name and affiliation and keep it to a question, that would be great. I see 3 hands went up, 4 actually, but let's start here, right in the middle, and she will bring the microphone to you.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Adapa Prasad from Indian American Community Leadership. My first question is actually to Honorable Ambassador Ken Jester. So, sir, you rightly said that the diplomacy has been publicly conducted, and even in normal circumstances, it's a common sense to have diplomacy means it is behind the scenes before you come out in public. And I don't know how that will change, because I see that continuing in with every other country also, not only India. Another thing is that with respect to the US-India relationship, so Ma'am Lisa Curtis, Indian American community is generally very disappointed with the current administration. So many Democratic leaning voters voted for second term Trump, and they were thoroughly disappointed, not only with respect to the US-India relations plummeted so low in the last 6 months, and I have read your articles about that, and also regarding the hounding of Indian American community who contribute not only to the innovation and technology here, but also contributed to the larger income of the taxes. They are the highest paying tax community. So they are being hounded, and that is another disappointment. So how can we improve this? Because Indian American community and India itself, since my childhood, we always thought that US is the natural partner of India because of the largest democracies. And that today is in little jeopardy. So how do we address that? How can we convey this message to the administration?
Thank you. I would like to, Ambassador Jester, do you like?
Yeah, a couple of quick comments. When I began in diplomacy under the administration of George H.W. Bush, when the Cold War was ending, I was taught a few things by the people I work with. One is that diplomacy you conduct privately. You never say things that you can't follow through on, and you try to have as little collateral damage to what you're seeking to do. In fact, the art of diplomacy is letting someone else have it your way. Unfortunately, with social media, I think we've long past the days of diplomacy being conducted quietly. The sad part of it is that you have to realize, well, you have a domestic audience, so does the person you're working with. And if you're going to get each side to make concessions, you've got to try to do it in a way that also understands what their concerns are. But my advice would be, and I said this to my Indian counterparts when I was in Delhi, try to tune out the background music as much as possible and focus on what's happening on the ground. And if you get all worked up and react to what comes over social media every day, you're just letting that distract you. And so, you know, recognize that that goes on and, you know, grin and bear it, and instead try to see what really matters and how do we work those issues out.
Very sound advice. Vijay, did you want to add anything?
I fully agree with you, and that is what India's ambassador Vinay Quatra also has said, that we need to go behind the noise and see into some substantial and tangible outcomes in the near term, which will give confidence to both the countries that things can be still worked out and they are not as bad as they are perceived to be. Yeah.
Okay, I think I saw Sadnan, you had a question? It was answered. Okay, great. So the woman in the back, yes?
Hello, everyone. My name is Nevar Chalikyan. I am from Armenia, Applied Policy Research Institute think tank. I am working on developing India-Armenia relations and also US-Armenia relations to the extent it's possible. My question to the speakers is the following. What is the current dynamics of US-India relations in defense sector especially and related to technology? India is currently Armenia's #1 weapons provider, and that is an interesting angle for us also to explore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So US-India defense relations, technology relations.
Very quickly, what's important is, despite the difficulties on trade, and I think it must be emphasized that there was never a decision of the United States government after a 6-month interagency review to downgrade the US-India relationship. We had a trade dispute, but the fact is, in defense and technology, the relationship has continued to move forward very steadily. We signed a 10-year framework for US defense cooperation. We're working on co-production, on technology. I go to these track 2 dialogues of India-US technology corridor, and there's a very sophisticated level of cooperation in artificial intelligence and semiconductors and critical supply chains. So I think that still is the backbone of the relationship. Trade has always been a sore subject. It has always underperformed. And as I said, however unpleasant some of the tactics have been, if we get to a trade agreement, that could actually be very positive and enabling for the relationship. But on technology and defense, I think it's been continued to be a strong aspects of the relationship.
Yeah, I think on the technology front, the private capital continued to pour into Indian data center development. On defense, I agree, but there was the case of the P-8I maritime surveillance aircraft, which the negotiations started to stall in the fall, but now they've moved forward since the announcement of the interim trade deal. Did you want to add something?
No, I'd just like to say one thing, like Ambassador said, that it is about the trade where negotiations are happening. In the other verticals that we see, our relationship with the United States of America, that goes on uninterrupted. There could be push and pulls, but whether it is tech, whether it is defense, we must understand that India, US have more convergences than divergences. And this particular block should not be stopping us from having a continuous engagement and finding the right framework where it's a win-win situation for both sides, and it's a cooperation that has been ongoing and will continue irrespective of whatever challenges that we are facing right now. And in terms of Armenia, I was to be in your country last year as part of India-Armenia building relationship. I hope to be the next year.
Okay. It looks like, yeah, we've got 2 questions here, 3 actually. So let's go, this gentleman right in front. The microphone is coming to you, if you can grab that.
My name is Ramesh Vishwanath Kapoor. I'm the president of U.S.-India Security Council. Lisa, we worked together when you worked with Lugar in the foreign policy, during the civil nuclear deal, all right?
Good memory.
And then I want something else to work with you, another thing. You said it's always, that was the greatest deal, where for the first time India felt the United States gave something to them. They were always largest, oldest democracy, all those highfalutin words were there. It was the first time it was always given that. And I want to do is the next policy that's important to India that we can do. And we were trying through McCain's time, at that time we did it, where get India in the Export Control Act changed, add a country. It's Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and Israel. And we've been pushing for 6 years, now it's more 10 years, to get India as that 6th country in the thing, all right? Now that's what India is getting, will get something concrete, all right? And I think with this Hudson being more of a Republican place, I'm a Democrat, okay? I've been micro-caucus states, okay, all right? But that's where I will get from Hudson, if I can get some help, okay? We delivered 86% all the Democrats for the civil nuclear deal. First time George W. ever got Democrats to do it. And it was the U.S.-India Security Council that did it. But this is the other things that we can do, and I'll need some help from you folks. How do we get the Republicans, and I think we can get it with, and that might pacify India, all right? They've got something now, concrete, on the defense area, where law is changed, okay? And now their nose is bent now about Pakistan and the relationship. I think that will do it, and I wish I can talk to people who have credibility of doing that, and Hudson has that.
So what's your question?
Yeah.
My question is, I need your support.
But can I just quickly mention maybe I'm sticking my neck out a bit here. You know, we've talked about disappointments that India has had from the United States in the relationship. I think it's a resilient relationship. But I must point out that part of the civil nuclear deal in 2008 was an understanding that India would purchase 6 nuclear reactors from the United States. India quickly enacted a civil liability law that made that possible. And here we are, and only last year did India actually enact a nuclear law which would enable them to purchase now small modular reactors. We didn't collapse the relationship because of that. We didn't talk about a breakdown in trust and reliability. We persevered and went on and looked at the other positive aspects of the relationship. And all I'm saying is, I know there's disappointment on the trade issue. That's not a reason to say the relationship has changed, there's no reliability. China invaded your country. That's a country where you shouldn't rely or have trust. The United States has stood with you when the chips have been down. We've had ups and downs on both sides, and we need to work through that and focus on what's important about the bilateral relationship.
Can I just make one point?
Yeah.
On this? Just quickly one point. It's partially correct. But it was India is buying $20 billion worth of defense.
Yeah.
Okay? It was never a nuclear deal. Okay? It never, because we do not have any nuclear technology at all. You know, the reality is we were out of nuclear technology. Okay? That was just a political cover for us. See, it's a civil nuclear deal. It was never a civil nuclear deal. It was always a defense security deal because of uranium.
Thank you. Okay.
Please,
Yeah,
this is
let's
what
let's
has
move
to be
on.
understood
I'll
that.
discuss
Let's
it.
move
Move
on.
on, yeah.
You can talk after the panel. Okay. So we have two more questions I want to take. The woman here and then the gentleman, and we'll do them together, and then each of you will be able to have some final words. Please.
Thank you so much. This is a wonderful panel so far, and I'm so glad that you guys are working so hard for it. I'm Dr. Lakshmi Talanki. I'm from Boston, and I'm currently president of the Massachusetts chapter. But main question is for Mr. Lester. You said U.S. relationships with, because Russia is doing so and so, so buying oil from India, so much is like, is really not looked upon very nicely. But Pakistan is always involved with terrorism, and when you also mentioned during your post, and still US is having such a warm relationship, not just now, but historically. How do you justify US actions in choosing who their allies are, regardless of how they treat minorities? We always hear the stories of Indian women getting kidnapped, getting converted, forced conversions. It's going on and on for multiple years. And still it's been very conveniently looked aside, and the warmth of the relationship of US-Pakistan has always been there. It's not just now.
Well, I'm not here to defend the history of the U.S.-Pakistan relationship. I can tell you during the term that I was in office as ambassador and Melissa was at the National Security Council, the relationship with Pakistan was not great. We suspended military assistance to Pakistan. We held them responsible for their terrorist activities. It is true that when the war was going on in Afghanistan, the U.S. needed Pakistan as a route for having logistical supplies go in. But the notion now, the president and the Pakistanis have played the situation, have been dealt a weak hand and have played it very strongly. The president has a close relationship, but I think it's a mistake to look at the American foreign policy establishment, the business community, or any other aspect of the country as having that same warmth and relationship. You don't see U.S. investment, U.S. trade. The U.S.-Pakistan relationship and the U.S.-India relationship are at very different levels. And so, again, I think you have to take a longer view, but when I was in office and Lisa, we were not having such a warm relationship. We were having a realistic relationship based on what we were seeing on the ground.
But still we don't see.
I'm sorry. We're at
Thank you so much.
We're at 11:15. Okay, one more question, and this will be it. And please keep it brief.
Brief question. I am a physician by profession, nothing to do with politics, and I work for the Yale New Haven Health System. I'm an internal medicine physician. My question is for Priyanka ji, very short and succinct. You talk about representation of women, 13%. You want to increase it. Education of women, bringing grassroots issues of women to the parliament and to the political heads is important. Do you think that these women belong to different communities and faiths, and especially those faiths where women are not regarded as highly? What is the effort in India to empower them, and ultimately, how will it affect US-India relations through these enlightened and empowered women?
Thank you so much for that question. Firstly, women at the grassroots are represented 50%. Our local bodies have risen above 50% of representation of women at the grassroots level. Where they find chokeholds are to move upwards, where they aspire to go to the assemblies and to the parliament. That is where they feel that they do not get enough representation. In terms of the women who are there in the parliament, let me also tell you, in the Lok Sabha, I have interviewed many women as part of the Sansad TV anchor that I was. These are women who were coming from the grassroots level and had made it to the parliament just by the virtue of their political party believing in them. However, getting the political parties to say that yes, women are a winnable choice is something that has to be a mindset change that can come only via a reservation, which is unfortunate. If someone was to ask me, I would not have wanted a reservation, neither did our founding fathers want a reservation, but it has become a necessity in terms of representation and getting a voice heard at the table, where women who come to these parliaments, come to these assemblies, bring a different dimension, different perspective of how governance should run. And I would believe that once women are in a parliament and in assemblies, we would see better relations with the world, not just with the United States of America.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to all our speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
Note, thanks again to all of our speakers. You'll see from traffic-related complications, we're running quite behind schedule. This is going to be a 5-minute break before we kick off our next panel, and then we'll go straight into lunch. Most of that time will come out of lunch, and the afternoon will be as it is.
Okay, nice.
So thank you. 5 minutes. See you shortly.
Thank you so much. That was very well moderated. Thank you.
We are all in the green room.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats. We will be beginning shortly.
Good morning. Welcome to Hudson's New India Conference. The panel before ours focused on foreign affairs. This panel's focus is economic. India's aim is for the country to become a developed economy, Viksit Bharat, by 2047, the 100th anniversary of modern India. India remains the world's fastest growing major economy. It's on pace to become the third largest economy by 2030. The economic growth continues at around 6.5%. It has a labor force of 600 million and a demographic dividend for the next 3 decades. India's potential is immense, but so are its challenges. To achieve these ambitions, India's economic growth would need to be at least 8%, if not higher, for 2 decades. India's human capital faces unemployment, underemployment, and skilling challenges. While the GDP has risen, the GDP per capita still ranks low, even within its South Asian peers. To discuss India's economic sort of potential and challenges, its aims, as well as US-India economic relations, we have a stellar panel with us today. All of you know the panelists, so I'll keep the introduction short. To my left is Himang Jani, who's Senior Advisor to the Executive Director of the World Bank. To his left is Ashok Malik, Partner and Chair at the Asia Group's India practice and former Policy Advisor with the Ministry of External Affairs. To Ashok's left is Nisha Biswal, Partner at the Asia Group. She has worn several hats prior to that, including at Development Finance Corporation, Chamber of Commerce, and also served as Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asia. And to my extreme left, not ideologically speaking, is Rick Rosso, a Senior Advisor and Chair on India and Emerging Asia Economics at CSIS. Since we are running about half an hour late, we are going to go straight into a panel conversation. I'll start with Himang. Himang, Viksit Bharat 2047 sets out an ambitious vision for India's economic and social transformation. Could I ask you to sort of, maybe talk about some of the key pillars for this Viksit Bharat and the transformation?
Sure. Thank you, Aparna. First of all, we always say that there are not enough people who understand India, and India at the pace it is growing. So these kind of gatherings are very important and apt. When we talk about Viksit Bharat, and I see many friends here in the room, let us go back to what the Honorable Prime Minister announced on August 15, 2022, which was essentially the 75th birth year of India. He gave a vision for next 25 years. And that is what we call Viksit Bharat 2047 vision, right? So first of all, for the first time, a Prime Minister has provided a very long-term vision that itself brings a lot of reliability and credibility and predictability for anybody else. You have everybody here as India watcher here. That vision had 5 things, as I call as Prime Minister called them 5 pronts, or 5 resolves for New India. And that is what very aptly your conference is also named as New India Conference. That is what defines the New India or the vision of New India. What were those 5 pronts? 5 pronts were, first was Vikas, or development. Second one was Swabhiman, bringing the dignity back. Virasat, Ekta, unity, which is very important. And the 5th one was Kartavya. We have recently named Kartavya Path because we forget about the duty or the responsibility. Now, let me wear my development economist hat and come back to defining the first one, Vikas. What do we mean by developed India? In GDP terms, of course, we want to grow, maybe 10 times, a 30 trillion economy, double the manufacturing as share of GDP, etc., etc. But those are just numbers. What does it mean for us in this room who are concerned about India and US, or maybe India and rest of the world? Is one thing. One is India is looking at a very high productivity-led growth rate for not next decade, but next couple of decades. How will it achieve it? It will achieve it through making very definitive investments in human capital and all related aspects of it. And what is a key binding constraint is bringing the regulatory and structural predictability and reforms. And India is working on all three of these, and that is what defines the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. Happy to elaborate on any of those pillars in the next round of questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Himang. Ashok, if I turn to you.
Sure.
For a state that has been historically protectionist, over the last few years, India has been pursuing trade agreements. Why do you think India is recalibrating its approach towards trade? And if you could elaborate on India's vision of trade and how it fits into India-US relations.
Thanks, Aparna, and thank you, to Candid Raoji and to Hudson for inviting me to this conference. Essentially, like many other countries, including this country, India pursued multilateral free trade agreements and free trade agreements with many partner countries, especially countries to its east in Asia, very vigorously from the early years of this century, and found the outcomes rather mixed, especially in the vulnerabilities created and in terms of domestic manufacture, the susceptibility to cheap consumer goods imports from China and China-linked supply chains, that did cause a pushback. Again, India is not unique. It's happened in this country as well. It's a very different economy, but it's happened here as well. And that did cause a pushback. That caused a recalibration of our approach to trade. About 2 or 3 years ago, post-COVID, I would say, post the Galwan crisis, there was a recalibration of our trade strategy. And we focused on trade agreements with countries with which we were compatible, countries that did access the Indian consumer market for certain types of goods and products, but which also enabled India's own economic ambitions, especially India's manufacturing ambitions. I'll give you an example. If you look at India's electronics manufacturing, in the past 10 years, since Prime Minister Modi came to office, it's gone up from $20 billion to $121 billion. Okay? It's a six-fold growth in his term. So there's obviously ambition to take this further, to look at green manufacturing, to look at defense manufacturing, to look at a bigger industrial base, to look at a semiconductor ecosystem, which is in the early stages, and looking at trade agreements with countries that can enable Indian manufacturing and Indian economic development and growth with components, commodities, technology, machinery, and so on, without dislocating domestic industry. Okay? That is a very legitimate goal. And in the past 3 years, India signed trade agreements with the EFTA countries, with finalized agreement with the EU, signed a free trade agreement with the UAE, the one with the GCC, which is an expansion of that, is in the works. The trade deal with Canada should be signed at the end of this year, fingers crossed. The one with New Zealand will be signed, I imagine, next week. That's what I'm hearing. There's also a trade agreement with Australia. The big one, the big ambition is, of course, for the trade agreement with the US. Quite honestly, the search for a maximalist trade agreement is coming in the way of a very workable and bilaterally and mutually productive and beneficial trade agreement. And that delay, I would argue, of course, the Supreme Court in the US has contributed to that delay, but I would say that delay is also a product of
the political will in this city being a little uncertain. Let me just be polite and put it that way. Because in India, if you've seen the whole list of trade agreements I listed and pointed to, there's clearly a habit forming now to undertake trade agreements, to do compromises, and to provide political space, which the Prime Minister has provided, Prime Minister Modi has provided, to trade negotiators to go ahead and sign trade deals. That has not quite been matched in the US, and that is where we are. But we're still hopeful.
I'll come back to you on that, but I'd like to go to Nisha. And Nisha, you've served within the US administrations, successive ones, multiple over the years. You've been Assistant Secretary of State. If I ask you to take a strategic, big picture view of US-India relations from the commercial side, trade side, sort of, considering that the last year and a half, we have lived through, let's say, geopolitical and geoeconomic flux, where do you see US-India relations on the trade front? Where do you see them going, especially if we keep in mind the West Asia crisis right now?
Great question. Well, first of all, pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me on this panel. If we think about the early emphasis on the US-India relationship, it was really all on the strategic partnership with an underdeveloped lens on the economic side. Part of that is because, complex economies with a more inward looking and protectionist India for many decades. I do think that the balance is shifting. It's shifting in a number of different ways. It's shifting because, one, I think there have been some, while the strategic partnership continues to surge, the current administration, some of the attention has kind of shifted off of that. In the meantime, the growth in the Indian economy, the change in India's mindset in terms of how it's approaching trade, the rising risk of a over-dependent supply chain concentration on China, which has kind of forced businesses to start thinking about what does a de-risking from China look like. So the Indian market, the Indian labor or talent pool, all continue to become more and more attractive. And so the economic and commercial relationship starts to rise. I think also a growing recognition in the United States that our focus on the strategic without adequate appreciation of kind of the geoeconomics that China was really attentive to and orchestrating around the world was perhaps a bit of a blind spot in how we were approaching our relationships with India and around the world. And that has recalibrated dramatically with a much bigger emphasis now on looking at kind of the geoeconomics in play. So I do think that it is India's moment on the economic space. And India has always been kind of a glass half full, glass half empty story. Today, I'd say maybe not half, let's say glass 60% or 2/3 full. Because there has been enormous progress, right? And we should acknowledge that. We've seen US-India trade, even in the absence of a trade agreement, go from $50 billion when I was at the State Department in two-way trade investment to now, I think the latest statistic I saw was around $212 billion. So it continues to increase, right? The question is the trajectory of that increase, right? It's the aspiration even back in 2016 was, $500 billion in two-way trade investment. We're, halfway to that mark, a decade later. And so the question is the trajectory, and what does the trade agreement do to really accelerate that trajectory? And Ashok pointed to the fact that there has been a change in calculus on the Indian side. I think that a US-India trade agreement will get worked out, whether it gets worked out, in the next 2 weeks or whether it waits, as Ken said in his remarks, until kind of after the Trump-China visit, and then some, work-throughs and accommodations to kind of get to a final point. And it'll, it's not a comprehensive trade agreement that we're talking about. It's a phase 1 agreement. There's still a lot of other work to be done, right? But what I would kind of coming back to the other part of your question, as we think about India and the U.S.-India relationship, we're in the middle of a geopolitical and economic shock and crisis that every country is navigating with the Hormuz crisis. And certainly India is feeling that impact. But as we think about the economic recalibration that's going on around the world, I will still say India is on track to continue to still be the fastest growing major economy. It might shave a point and a half off of its economic growth projections, but it's still, and that is a big driver, right? Like the Asia Group just expanded our capabilities into the GCC countries, partly because of the huge opportunities between Gulf and Asia, largely driven by China and India. And India is, a big part of how the world is looking at economic resilience. And on the energy side, India is looking at its demand from that diversification perspective, and it has seen, it has demonstrated its ability to be nimble in the face of crisis. That nimbleness, that agility, again, builds that economic resilience. So I'm pretty bullish on where India's headed, as well as what the U.S.-India economic partnership is going to look like as we look to the future.
Thanks, Nisha. Rick, I'll come to you. You're somebody, sort of the rare person in the city who actually looks at subnational issues. And so I'd like to put you on the spot and ask us to tell us, why does it matter? Why do you focus on subnational? Why do you focus on the Indian states? Why does it matter to the India-US relationship and to India?
Yeah, our sort of team's tagline is states run the country. And looking around the room, I bet everybody in this room nods when I say that. If you grew up in India and you have water, electricity, healthcare, education, law and order, it's almost entirely provided by your state government, not by the national government. Now, national government play a critical role. The missions that have rolled out a lot of these services, but the day the mission's over, it's up to the states to maintain that. And it links directly, I think, to the great conversation in the last panel, because ultimately these government-to-government dialogues, right? What has been a lot of the push and impetus? It's areas like defense co-production, co-development. It's high tech. It's input goods, pharmaceutical ingredients, things like that. But when you're really sitting inside a company that's making a big decision about whether to invest in India or not, those are slides number 50 in the decision deck. Rarely are they slide number 1, right? You need power, you need labor flexibility, you need water, you need the ability to acquire land. That is the first 20 slides in your deck. How do I sell stuff? How do I make stuff? What's the cost of my inputs? Even tariffs. My God, we just went through a year of the threat of 50% tariffs and actually 50% tariffs. And what happened to actual trade last year? Well, it grew 16%. Even the 3 months where the 50% tariffs were in place, we still had an average trade a month that was approximate to what it was the year before. Down a little bit from the beginning of the year, but amazingly stable. So these things are really important, but I say sometimes it's a bit like the sheet on top of the mattress, or maybe the fancy throw pillows that go on top, right? The mattress and the bed frame are the things that states control. And I think out of the gates, the Modi government did something that we hadn't seen before. Started ranking states, started providing model regulations that states could adopt. I engage states a lot, and the administrative capacity sometimes isn't quite as strong as you see in New Delhi, and they need help, they need assistance drafting their e-mobility policy or things like that. States have focused, I think, a lot of their priorities on trying to incentivize specific industries. So states have semiconductor policies, they've got IT policies, they've got this, that, the other thing. But again, getting back to the 4 main factors of production, that's where there's been, I think, a little bit more of an uneven implementation. In energy, that was like the Modi miracle in Gujarat. For 20 years, the only state that had really done incredible work on fixing their state-run discoms. Although Haryana quietly has caught up. Haryana's discom now is working on par with Gujarat. But the coolest story in India, next to GST in the last 20 years, is what happened in Odisha. which not a lot of people in India are familiar with. After failing on privatizing the grid 35 years ago, they redid it again 7 years ago. Our friends at Tata Power control all 4 discoms in Odisha. And the dramatic improvement in operations in the discoms, offering a green tariff to industries as well. So there are cool examples once in a while where a state really does step out and tries to fix some of the basic stuff. Labor has probably been one of the trickiest issues. You had a couple of states, even before the national government passed the Industrial Relations Code, that added a little bit of flexibility on labor, from 100 employees to 300 before government oversight. A couple of states, leading by Rajasthan, went there first, but no state has had the courage yet to go above 300. A couple of states have hinted there might be some openness. UP did away briefly with all labor regulations during COVID because they want to try to incentivize a bit of an economic spark, but it was a 3-year intervention and they kind of went back to the basics now. So I think for a few states as well to say, 100 to 300 in India feels like incredibly hard work, but to the world who's looking at building factories of thousands to compete with China and other places, it's nothing. 300 is nothing. And I say that as somebody who doesn't have to run for office. I fully realize, like, here I am up on stage as a think tanker who grew up in a hardware store in rural Michigan. India should do this and do that. Like, I know it's incredibly difficult, and I know where voter interests lie is not aligned with this. But, competition in some of the strategic areas that have already been brought up on the panels really require getting the nuts and bolts right. Water is another issue that no state has really been able to grapple with terribly successfully. Land acquisition, you got some digitization of land records, things like that. But so these issues are pretty difficult to deal with. A lot of times you will see, again, in a semiconductor policy, they'll offer preferential tariffs on electricity for companies investing in that sector and things. But not enough reforms that are working across the entire landscape that'll help a number of industries. So, a couple of things that I've got in mind. I do think some of the work that the Rajiv Gauba Commission's doing at NITI on incentivizing some of the process reforms in states are really important. They're going to bore everybody in a room like this to sleep because it's about getting file from A to B, but companies, that matters a lot. And so don't fall asleep on the work that the Gauba Commission is doing right now. But I think, getting the Business Forum Action Plan back alive again is very important by DPIT. Model regulations, I know the courts have had some concerns about the union government offering models, but I think it's a good thing. Embedding AI in a lot of the new policies, we've consulted state governments and they're very open to it. They just don't think about it. Training models to make sure that healthcare can be delivered faster, that energy systems work better, they're open to it. And not as expensive as software tools that did the same thing just a couple of years ago. And lastly, a lot of the US-India dialogues, we've got to have more of a state's introduction in that. The US-India CEO Forum, the commercial dialogue. I'd love to see American governors get up. I'd love to see Indian chief ministers come together and talk about the state things that have to happen to really unlock the promise of all the incredible things that Ken and Vijay and Priyanka talked about in the last panel. Getting states to weigh in on those and say, I want a piece of that pie you're talking about, is a good way, I think, to incentivize some of that positive change we'd like to see. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick.
Can I just say one thing? One of the smartest things that we did at the State Department when I was there was we gave a small grant to CSIS to fund the state and urban work that Rick has been doing.
That was our first grant to get our state's work off the ground. Thank you. Yeah.
So I know that we have around 20 minutes left, but I'd like to do one round of questions on the panel before I turn to the audience, but do make sure that you have your questions ready. Himang, you talked about the Panch Pran. One of the challenges India has faced is employment for the massive labor force, skilling for them, and struggling with women's participation in the labor force. So could you elaborate on that particular pillar of Viksit Bharat and how it will deal with these challenges? Because without more women participating in the labor force and without skilling the massive labor force, India is going to face a challenge in the coming decades, and it won't be a demographic dividend. I'd like to draw you out on that.
Perfect. I think I put those two as the binding constraints along with the structural reforms that we want. And if you look at Prime Minister's vision from very early 2015 and 14 when I was in Prime Minister's office, the very first program that was launched was the Skill India program. Right? Now we are going into the second stage of it, and incidentally, though I'm wearing my own Himang hat today, but the World Bank is a partner to it. We are investing $850 million in next 5 years on the new Skill India program. So skilling is a binding constraint, but it is part of the Viksit Bharat vision. We know it, and we are working towards it directly. Similar thing is bringing the women participation in the workforce from say 20% to 35–40%. A similar challenge we are tackling through various aspects. Nari Shakti Bill, of course, the Women Reservation Bill is a high end of or outcome structure of it. So those binding constraints, along with the one constraint which we haven't discussed, is not the state capacity, right? And state capacity and states capacity, both what Rick mentioned, is also another opportunity. So we are working towards both the goals and investing steadily. And that is where I feel that the new economic vision, if I put, is based on lot of reliability and lot of predictability with sustained investments on human capital. It's not only skilling or women labor force participation. You look at the new education policy. New education policy also opens a lot of doors, which will tie to investment in technology, which will tie to investment in entrepreneurship, innovation, which will all link to what we want to see in terms of more skills and more empowerment. Two more points I want to make, which are different, is we have to look at new economic model of India beyond trade. Trade is for this year, next year, maybe for another 5 years. India is going to add the size of Germany's economy in next 10 years. Which large democracy or which democracy in the world is going to add another Germany to their economy in next 10 years? So India is going to add almost 800 million people to their urban population, right? Rick talked about states. India's municipal bond market is $400 million. The US municipal market is $1 billion. We are going to learn from that. So these are, along with skilling and others, some of the new India economic opportunities that I feel are much, much stronger. And that is where the relationship is not, are you a strong partner? I would define the relationship as, is the relationship strong and are you a reliable partner whom I can look at in the long term? So I think all this story binds into that. And of course, all the three binding challenges, structural reforms, building state capacity, building skills, doing investment, we are going to need our investments in sheer R&D from roughly 1% of GDP to 2.5% to 3% of GDP. Where will it go? It will go in building new skills, building new technology, and bringing all those youth who are not there in the formal education or work ecosystem to bring in those areas.
Thanks, Himang. You talked about, are you a reliable partner? Ashok, I'm going to turn to you. You talked about India pursuing sort of, a surfeit of trade agreements, and we've all seen that over the last few years. It reminded me of the 1990s when the Soviet Union collapsed. And India at that time did sort of, open up, look east, look west, sign trade agreements, some of which have been, sort of redone over the last few years. So sort of there are sort of, yes, India is signing trade agreements, and some of them will be very comprehensive. But what if I said that there are people who argue that India is still protectionist, India is not really signing sort of, a comprehensive trade agreement. It is sort of, talking about it, moving towards it, but not really as interested in opening up its economy to the world. What would you say to that argument? That is India really, truly opening its economy, or is that protectionist code still there within?
It's a sharp question, but let me try and answer it with some degree of sort of honesty. Quite frankly, we are not there, not just India, but anywhere in the world. We are not no country is approaching free trade and globalization the way it was in, let's say, the year 2000. Okay? Today, we are not signing FTAs. Nobody is signing FTAs in the sense in which we defined FTAs in, say, 1999 or 2000. The FTAs we are signing today are feasible trade agreements. And every agreement has its own feasibility test. That is true. I mean, please try and exporting rice to Japan. It's impossible. So it's not just that India is protectionist in some areas. If we start importing milk from the US, milk prices in India will drop, I agree. But literally hundreds of millions of farmers and their families will go into destitution. That there will be a social impact, a political impact, an economic impact for our country and our society. So every country has some red lines, and especially after the pushback against the ambitious free trade agreements of the past 25 years in many countries, governments are careful. But where India has, in a very calibrated manner, opened up its market to various trading partners, including a big offer to the US, is a recognition that if you open up your market where you can, in response, the other side provides you an enabling environment and enabling factors to push India's own industrialization. It is a two-way street. And I would argue that the US really is our most important economic partner. Even if we don't sign this trade agreement, and I certainly hope we do, it is our most important trading partner. It's where we source our technology from. It's where we look to get capital from. It's our entire, where do we try and send our students? We try and send them to America till America refuses to give the visas. Then we have to send them elsewhere. Okay. So this is the country which is our preferred economic partner. Of course, there are others as well, from South Korea to, South Korean president was in India this week, from South Korea to the EU, all of those are important. But this is the preferred partner. Yet, I must caution you that India's wait for a trade agreement and for a fair partnership with the US, while we will wait, there is also a cost to that wait. Okay? I'll give you one example. We did this assessment at the Asia Group, where I work, after the free trade agreement with the EU was concluded. We looked at commodities where the EU trade agreement, if it came ahead of the US trade agreement, would actually cut into US markets. So for instance, wines is one example. If EU wines become cheaper, between apples from Washington State and apples from, say, the UK or New Zealand, we have trade agreements with both those countries. There's only a finite number of foreign apples you can buy in India. It's not that 1.4 billion people are going to buy apples. Pulses, you can either buy pulses from Montana or you can buy them from Australia or from Canada. You can't absorb all three. We actually found one American commodities and chemicals company, a major company, which had 2 manufacturing facilities in this country, in the US, and 1 in Europe. And for the particular chemical which they were selling to India, the European factory became more competitive than the US factory. These are questions which, this city has to consider.
Thanks, Ashok. Drawing on that, Nisha, if I turn to you, Ashok talked about an enabling environment, it being a two-way street. The US also has turned protectionist over the last few years, even more so over the last year and a quarter. In this environment, what would you say would be some of the enabling factors, or the those factors which could actually help the trade relationship deepen further, instead of, and so make US more appealing than Europe or Australia or Canada for certain issues, whether it's energy or any other issue that you could talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the multi-polar foreign policy is probably going to be matched with a multipolar economic and trade policy, right? And just to build on what Ashok was saying, like even in the United States, there's been a recognition that this drive towards free trade and globalization may created massive efficiencies in supply chains and created great benefits for consumers. It created a lot of dislocation for workers. And we're living through a political moment where we're reckoning with that dislocation. And there's a recalibration going on in the United States. I think that recalibration is happening around the world in different ways. And when we start talking about resilient supply chains, again, there's a move away from efficiency and towards resilience. And that resilience manifests in many different ways. There's a resilience against a China shock, but there's also resilience in terms of trying to create better domestic outcomes, national outcomes. And so all of the countries are balancing these issues in terms of the kinds of agreements that they're negotiating. And I think some of the kind of tariff leverage that you're seeing from the United States is about that recalibration, right? In terms of what does that mean for US-India? Look, I think that there's tremendous opportunity in certain key sectors, and then there will be other sectors where India will seek, gains in other markets, and the US similarly. And I think that a broad-based and diverse economy is natural to do that, right? But I think that there's enormous scope for growth on the energy trade, right, between the US and India, particularly as India tries to de-risk its dependency on, single geographies. I think, so you're going to see US-India energy flows increasing. I think in the emerging technology, advanced technology space, in the, lot of cooperation, collaboration, I imagine, is going to happen in terms of critical minerals and critical mineral processing, et cetera. Defense is going to continue to be a strong, ecosystem. Pharmaceuticals is, going to continue to be a very important area. And I think, as we see kind of where the AI boom is taking us, India is going to be an important geography for all the hyperscalers, because not only because of what India represents in terms of its own massive user base and market, but also because India is in so many ways kind of the gateway to the rest of the world, right? So I think that there's going to be areas where US-India are going to continue to deepen. And then there will be other areas where I think India will be looking to European markets as well as European imports or, inputs from other geographies.
Thanks. Rick, in your remarks, you talked about, some of the reforms which many people talk about, the next generation of reforms, land, labor, regulatory and others. Nisha talked about, sort of resilient supply chains, India being the gateway to the world. Like, so for some years, we've all heard about India being the, the alternative to China, the next factory of the world. So sort of when American companies are looking at Indian states, what are some of the things they tell you that they are looking for at India instead of looking at Vietnam or Philippines? What are some of the draws from the Indian states, from your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, I covered a good bit of it in my presentation, right? It still is difficult in most states to get reliable access to electric power. You can set up in a special economic zone that maybe has captive power, but there's lots of instances where state governments actually divert that electricity in election season to villages that were under electrified before. So you might go through months before and after an election where even if you got captive power, you can't necessarily utilize it unless you got a particularly pro-business friendly chief minister. But I would say, like, here we are sitting having this conversation just a week and a half away from getting results from 5 state elections. First and foremost, please do no harm. I mean, we try to say there's stability with states after election changes, but I follow the details and that is not true. I mean, some states like Tamil Nadu, when you had this dramatic fights between Karnataka and Jayalalitha, right? One get elected, they lock the other one up and accuse them of murder and undo every single thing that they had done, leaving a lot of investors in the lurch with all those incentives they were promised to land them in Tamil Nadu. It's been a little bit less with the passage of these 2 titans in Tamil Nadu. Andhra, every time Chandrababu Naidu loses, whoever comes in after, whether it's big Andhra or little Andhra, tries to undo everything that he had done. And when you look at that kind of tumultuousness, right, it's very difficult for a company to make a 5-year business plan. Companies want at least some things. I mean, they can exist in all kinds of crazy environments, as long as they can count 5 years out what the baseline policy regulatory issues are going to look like. So first and foremost, do no harm. But then second, get a lot of the things right that I mentioned before. Get reliable. I mean, talking to semiconductor firms, why they don't go to India of their own volition. You have to be kind of encouraged to do that. They have a spreadsheet, right? When they're looking at how long it takes to get product from A to B and electricity prices and things like that, it's not magic and it's not encouragement and you can't force them to do it. You get the spreadsheet so that yours is the most competitive they look at, you're gonna win the game and get the investment. Government can do and encourage, and there's some areas that, and certainly Ken and Lisa worked hard on reducing export controls. We shoot ourselves in the foot sometimes by limiting, but beyond that, there's so much that's under their control. Win the spreadsheet, win the investment, simple as that.
Thanks. I'll now turn to the audience. Please raise your hands, wait for the mic, state your name and affiliation, and please keep your remarks focused to a question, which is something that ends in a question mark. The gentleman right at the back.
Is the paintball gun at the ready in case you got
yeah. Somewhere, one of my pockets.
Thank you very much. This was a wonderful panel where you...
The name and affiliation, please, sir.
I'm Mohinder Gulati. I worked at the World Bank and the United Nations in Sustainable Development. Wonderful panel. It's very rare that you see a macro view and a micro view. And Richard, your remarks were very heartwarming. I was the one who did Orissa power sector reform and restructuring in 1995.
Oof, yeah.
They
didn't give up.
We ran into a constitutional issue because that reform law that was being written under my project ran into a constitutional issue. We found a workaround, and that became the template for Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. Both the projects also were led by me from the World Bank. So all the power sector reform and restructuring that failed, you can blame me for that.
Blame the cyclone, right? You know it. The 99 cyclone had a bigger difference than policy did.
Yeah. But there's also something positive. My work has been on energy, water, agriculture nexus. And we had a wonderful pilot in Punjab called Save Water, Earn Money. And that's a small pilot anyway that needs to be scaled up. The question that I have, with the question mark, is on the binding structural constraint in India, in the Indian economy, and which comes from this. The agriculture contributes about 16%, 15 to 18% to the Indian GDP. 60% of the population lives in rural areas. You can do the maths. 60% of the population depends on 15% of the GDP, which is growing at 2% long-term growth rate. 35% of the population benefits from 85% of the economy, which is growing at 7 to 8%. The rural-urban inequality, which is so huge, it's alarming. Till 2 years ago, it was about 12 times, and by 2030, it'll be 20 times. And then the jobs. So therefore, this binding constraint that you have, it constrains your social policies, political policies, public policy space, and the economic policies, which is not only internal binding constraint, it also became a spanner in the US-India trade. So unless we solve that,
so do we have
it's going to be a very difficult. So the views of the panel on how do you think that this binding constraint can be dealt with?
Yeah, thank you.
I can take a quick. I think it's going to be dealt with kind of naturally over a long period of time, but actually around India's 100th birthday, India will become majority urban. And once state governments are elected primarily by city residents rather than rural, you're going to start seeing investments in cities. And that's going to mean better electricity, better water, better job creation. And farmers are going to have a proactive reason to leave the farms more actively, move to cities, find better employment there. So I think the simplest answer, not an easy answer, but urbanization, that crawl, and the fact that state incentive for elections is going to change quite a bit. So that's my hope.
Anyone else?
I think, see, let me also come to what is Rick's point. And I know Gulati ji is our veteran from the bank, and he's right. But see, how do you solve such a complex challenge? India is very large, first of all. It has a 3-tier structure, federal. So one of the very small initiatives, and Rick follows it closely, is what we started doing. The Niti Aayog in India started ranking states on their regulatory policies. How open are you? How easier are you to do business? And the same 2 states Rick mentioned, they were fighting. They were ready to file a case against each other that I have more points than this person. So The model that the central government has taken, and under the leadership of Prime Minister they have taken, is that how do we incentivize states to become open if we keep, and then also how do we put a layer from federal government which supports them. For example, PLI scheme. No business wants to leave a PLI scheme and go, it can go anywhere in India, but the PLI scheme will be available, right? So, and no state wants to leave that opportunity. When they see there is somebody coming under the PLI scheme to put a plant somewhere and say Maharashtra fights with Tamil Nadu and Gujarat, then no, I want it, right? So, this is the way the complex challenges are being solved. And at the same time, what Mohitji mentioned, use of technology, which we forget. We are too hung up on trade, technology. The India's DPI layer, in last 10 years, it has saved us $27 billion of benefits that were going to the rural India. I see it as a $27 billion of investments in the villages, in the rural area, which is going to reduce this inequality. So India is complex, is not easy to understand, but a lot of things are happening at various levels that will add to this growth and the vision of Viksit Bharat.
Ashok? Just to respond to Mr. Gulati, this is not going to answer your question in terms of a solution. There's no magic solution. It'll come well after we are, probably dead and gone. But this assumption that 60% of India's population depends on agriculture, actually, I'm not convinced that figure is true. Because yes, 60% of people might have agriculture as one of their vocations, or maybe even the primary vocation, but increasingly income is coming from multiple sources. Seasonal migration to the city, doing something else in the services economy in the village itself, maybe a small retail store, maybe like my driver's village got electricity in the past 5 years. Some farmers have set up a facility with a machine, mechanized facility, to start making atta, which women were otherwise doing manually. And so there are jobs being created, which are not great jobs, which are not salaried jobs which pay great benefits, but the farmer or the farmer family is increasingly looking at something else in addition to agriculture, because agriculture is simply not paying enough. There is also, of course, welfare, which does come in. It sometimes distorts the fiscal balance, but it provides an extra income. And finally, there is internal remittances. In a state like Bihar, something like half the families have remittance coming in from other parts of the country, largely. So one of the reasons we are where we are is because we continue to believe we are more rural than we are as a society, which is why in this entire debate about women's reservation, more seats and delimitation, for me the most important parameter is actually delimitation. Delimitation is badly needed. Whether you have 800 seats or 543 seats is another matter. Delimitation is needed to point out not how the South has grown and the North has grown, but to point out how urban we are becoming. And that once politicians realize how urban we are becoming, their entire focus will switch from a lazy assumption that India lives in villages to a more realistic assumption or realization that much of India is moving to some sort of an urban settlement, big city, small town, and would start building and shaping economic policies to cater to that.
We'll take 2 questions. That's it. Sadanand.
Thanks very much, Sadanand Dhume, American Enterprise Institute and the Wall Street Journal. My question is for Ashok. Ashok, you laid out, some of the ups and downs of the U.S.-India trade relationship, and you placed that in the context of India's own evolving views toward free trade. Now, I'd like to turn your attention a little bit to the India-China trade relationship, which also seems to have been going through sort of ups and downs, and it looks like there's some kind of sort of at least mini rapprochement going on right now. So 2-part question. One is that if you could just sketch out how you see that economic relationship evolving, India-China. And second, what role do you think the turmoil in the US-India relationship may have played in how India is approaching China economically now? Thanks.
If you don't mind, I'll take one more question and then I'll ask the entire panel to respond as well as any final thoughts. Seema Sirohi, right on the.
Hello, Seema Sirohi, columnist for the Economic Times. My question is maybe Ashok could answer or Nisha. I was wondering if you noticed what the Deputy Secretary of State said when he visited India for the Raisina dialogue. He said that US is not going to make the same mistake again as it did with China. How do you read that? Because in it is contained an entire, world, as it were. Second, he's not the only one. He said the quiet part loud. I keep hearing this on Capitol Hill as well. So just wanted your take on that.
And if I could ask you to respond and then maybe sort of offer any sort of final thoughts as well. Start with Rick, Nisha, Ashok, and then Hemang.
Well, I mean, on China, my own conversations with folks in the government, is kind of a recognition right now that ties have thawed a little bit after the conflict 6 years ago. India, like the rest of us, realizes if you want to be competitive in modern technology industries, you unfortunately cannot do it without buying some level of input goods from China. And so I think that kind of thoughtful way to sort of reopen the door a little bit, it makes sense as long as you're also investing or finding trade partnerships that'll help you offset that, kind of in the mid and long term. So, to me, it's relatively thoughtful. But I'll just close by saying that, I mean, overall, I think India's shift in approach on trade, right? It wasn't driven by Trump's election. A lot of this predates President Trump coming to office. In my own conversations with a lot of Indian trade policy leaders, political leaders, when you saw that change happen, some of that was driven by the multilateral development banks, multilateral institutions, talking to state governments that were waking up and realizing it's a unique opportunity for Tamil Nadu and Gujarat and other places to get a slice of global supply chains. And these multilaterals were telling them openness to trade and letting input goods come in is one vital way to make sure that you got a lot of exports going out. So tip of the hat, too, to a lot of the groups that are plugging away at the local level, which managed, I think, to help at least somewhat shape the national narrative and approach on trade.
Nisha.
Yeah, I think India's taking a pragmatic approach, not too dissimilar from, what we called in the prior administration small yard, high fence, those areas where you really do want to fundamentally de-risk, and then a practical approach on the fact that, the Chinese manufacturing behemoth is too large to ignore, and India's interdependence on those fronts is something that you want to try to manage in a pragmatic way. And I think that India is taking that in consideration, and particularly because it's seeing that similar approach being mirrored in terms of how the Europeans or the United States or others are also engaging with China. On Seema's point, I would just say that, look, I certainly don't agree with that sentiment. I think it's reflective more of speaking to kind of a domestic political constituency than it is a deep understanding of where we're trying to go on the US-India relationship, but it is also a little bit reflective of where countries are in general, which is that we're seeing more nationalism and protectionism being espoused around the world, right? And so we're in that moment where there is a bit more attention to domestic constituencies in how messages are framed even in a global setting. And to me, if you're building a resilient relationship, an enduring relationship, you have to do it in a way that reflects core political dynamics in both countries. And so regrettable to me what was espoused. Understand the reasons behind it, but I also think that it's kind of a miscalculation of what really the opportunity is between the United States and India.
Sadanand, on the China question, the recent rhetoric on the India-US relationship, especially last year, did provide a massive PR opportunity to President Xi. But we should distinguish that PR opportunity from the economic relationship between India and China, which continues on its own binding constraints and opportunities. As India manufactures more and aspires to manufacture more, obviously China is an irreplaceable partner in terms of components, in terms of certain types of commodities and inputs, in terms of certain types of industrial machinery. There is simply nobody else in the world. So that's there. On the other hand, in areas of high technology, AI, the semiconductor ecosystem, the broader digital economy, India is fairly clear that it does not want an integration with the Chinese ecosystem. This is not because of what America is telling India or what X country is telling India. It's India's own pursuit of its own security. Okay, and it's recognition that this is not the path it wants to go down as a country. Third, and if you look at electric vehicles in particular, that's one example. The Chinese want to sell electric vehicles in India, but they want a supply chain dependency that goes right into China and will last forever. India is trying to avoid that. Indian companies made an offer to source battery technology from China and make batteries in India. Batteries, as you know, are critical to the crucible around which you shape a EV ecosystem. The Chinese are not willing to share that technology. Again, if you look at fertilizers, last year we had excellent rainfall. We needed lots of fertilizers. The Chinese suddenly stopped selling us fertilizers. It caused a problem in India. We had to go elsewhere. We went to Africa. We went to Saudi Arabia. We spoke to the Russians. We are trying to de-risk. Again, this is something many other countries are also pursuing. It's not India alone. And I suspect this will continue.
Mang.
I think I can just say that all the points that all three of them say make sense, that the new India opportunity is massive. But I just said that, see, the pie is so much bigger and it is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So rather than looking at it from closed for market or open for market, India is open for everything else, right? You look out at technology, you look at investment. Where are pension funds going to invest in a reliable, high rate, high return market? India. India is going to build almost $3 trillion of infrastructure in next 10 years. India is going to add $800 million new youth. All this is opportunity. And that's where I think we should look at it with a very long-term lens. And that's where India-US relationship is getting stronger and stronger. Let's go and check if the trade deal has already been signed or
I'd like to thank the panelists and the audience. Join me in thanking everybody. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats, we'll be beginning the next panel.
Great. Alrighty. Well, thank you all. We have the session after lunch, so hopefully no one's too sleepy, but we're really glad to be here, and thank you for joining us, also to those online. The title for this session is New Paths Forward for the U.S.-India Relationship. The premise of this conference, as we heard this morning, is that even prior to the last year of relations, the U.S.-India relationship needed to go much further than it has gone. And so we could talk about that, but we have a whole nother slew of issues to discuss given the, let's say, disruptions to the relationship over the last year. We have a very illustrious panel to discuss that with, and so I will kind of step out of the way as early as I can. But let me just introduce them, starting with Ram, closest to me, and then working my way down. Dr. Ram Madhav is the president of the India Foundation, a prominent Delhi-based think tank. From 2014 to 2020, he served as National General Secretary of the BJP. He's also a prolific author of several books, including The Hindutva Paradigm and The New World, 21st Century Global Order and India. Next to him is Elizabeth Threlkeld, who is the Senior Fellow and Director of the South Asia Program at the Stimson Center, where she has worked since 2018. Before Stimson, she served as a Foreign Service Officer with the U.S. State Department, where she was a recipient of the Superior Honor Award. And next to her is Dr. Kurt Campbell, who is the chairman and co-founder of the Asia Group. In government, he most recently served as the 22nd Deputy Secretary of the Department of State and served as the inaugural Indo-Pacific Coordinator, or Asia Czar, as it was often referred to in the press, at the National Security Council and Deputy Assistant to the President from 2021 to 2024. So we can't really find a much better panel to discuss this issue, and I just want to throw it to the panelists for a quick introduction. A 5-minute opener, what do you think is most important to get the U.S.-India relationship on track and to take it where it needs to go? I'll start with you, Ram. Sure, feel free, or happy to, yeah, sorry, it's...
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bill. Friends, good afternoon. I know this is the most difficult session of the day, post-lunch. Let me start by reiterating what many speakers have said since morning, that this relationship is a very important relationship, but it's going to be a lasting relationship. There is no doubt about it. But let me do some frank talk here. Talking about future, we cannot ignore the present and talk about a rosy future. The relationship between our two countries stood on 3 verticals. One was geostrategic. We had great understanding about our geostrategic priorities. There was a broad alignment when it came to China, when it came to Islamic terror, issues like that. Today, it doesn't seem so anymore. We don't understand what are the geostrategic priorities of the US government now. Not just we. I don't hesitate to say even probably the NATO guys don't understand it. The Europeans don't understand it. The Quad doesn't understand it. Who understands it, really, we don't know. So one is that geostrategic pillar is shaking. Second is geo-economic relationship has been a very strong relationship between our two countries, especially in the last 20 years. We have invested heavily on that relationship. We built a strong bilateral economic partnership today, which is more than $220 billion today. And that relationship included defense relationship, IT relationship, and we have a very important intelligence sharing relationship. It's a very important relationship that we have built over the last 2 decades. That's on a very shaky wicket. Talking about economy, people sometimes tend to talk about the inflows of FDI from USA. Let me tell you, the inflows last year were about 5.6 or 6 billion. The outflows were 7 billion. We are also facing net negative FDI from the US. On economy, you have seen what all happened in the last 1 year, especially on the question of tariffs, on the question of many economy-related issues, how far we went. I mean, how bad this whole relationship became in the last 1 year is very well before us. We are looking forward to the trade deal, which is expected to be concluded in less than a month now. We are hoping that when Secretary Rubio visits India next month, we would have finally closed the deal, clinched the deal. That is a very important deal for us because we are hoping that we will have a better tariff regime in this new deal that is being finalized now. At least that's the feedback, that's the information we get from the government. The third important vertical or pillar has been the people to people, the diaspora relationship. This diaspora, at least in the last 15 to 20 years, has been playing a very important role in our relationship. I remember during the nuclear negotiations in early 2000, 2006 to 2009, diaspora played a very important role in strengthening the US position and of course position of the Indian government at that time. Although in opposition, we used to oppose the deal. Then community guys used to come and tell us that don't oppose it, it is in our interest of both countries. So since then, the Indian diaspora has been playing a very important role. But today, there is a lot of anxiety, lot of worries among the diaspora also. That needs to be taken seriously. I mean, when things like hellhole or things like, some kind of laptop wielding charlatans, these kind of things are said about the community gets worried. So I think these three pillars have to be very seriously taken for this relationship to go forward. I will suggest three things which are very important for bringing this relationship back onto what it used to be a couple of years ago, which unfortunately we used these 3 points for China. It in itself is a tragic commentary that I'm using them for America today. Those three are mutual respect. I don't want to go into what all happened, what all words were used, what all things are happening in terms of arguing one's case. But mutual respect is very important. Mutual sensitivity is important. When we said that we want multi-alignment, we were either ridiculed or frowned upon. Strategic autonomy was rubbished. But what is happening today? What US is doing is precisely the same. Because it is in your interest, you can go with so-and-so country, you can go with so-and-so country. You don't look at the sensitivities of other countries. Mutual sensitivity is another aspect that we have to take into account. And finally, mutual interest. On mutual interest, we have to build a consensus once again. On that, we have to work. When I said these things, I'm not trying to say that relationship is bad or it is diminishing or anything like that. I'm just cautioning that it's not enough to be goody-goody about the things. It is important to really look at what is happening in front of us, how we can correct them. One may say it's a passing phase. Countries do not have that luxury to take 4 years as passing phase. Contemporary challenges have to be addressed in order for the future to be good for both the countries. That's the reason why I thought we need to focus on these issues in order to ensure that the future trajectory will be a better one for our two countries. I will end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. And thank you for the candidness when you are so badly outnumbered by Americans up here. We'll turn to Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Bill. It's great to be here, and thanks to Hudson for convening this important conversation. Maybe a bit of good news is I think we actually, to an extent, share a diagnosis of the challenges that we face. And the damage that has been done to the pillars of the relationship. So I won't rehash that. I know that's gotten a lot of coverage this morning as well. I think just a couple of other points to add here beyond those that Dr. Madhav mentioned. Immigration, right? A huge piece of the people-to-people ties, as well as the undergirding of the business relationship and what's happened in terms of changes and uncertainty in the visa regime, I think is very important here. Another one is the extent to which the rhetoric that both sides have leaned on over time in the importance of both being democracies. The world's oldest, the world's largest. Yes, that's window dressing to an extent, but I think that framing matters as a logic to this relationship. And to my mind, it is a logic that just has less traction than it used to. And that is another, maybe not a structural pillar of the relationship, but certainly an important atmospheric one that in my mind overlays a lot of what the US and India had been working to build. So as I see it, kind of this question of where we are now, we might not have wished it to be so, but what we have seen is effectively a stress test of the US-India partnership over the last year and change. And I think the silver lining perhaps here is, to my mind, even after a year of shocks that would have been difficult to predict and is in some ways kind of the perfect storm of coming at the relationship from different angles, the partnership hasn't come to a screeching halt. I think we can point to the habits of cooperation that have been built over time, the muscle memory of this relationship at the G to G level, even if it is more working level cooperation with a lack of kind of high level attention than we've gotten used to over the course of the last several administrations, we can point to steady conversations and some progress that's been made in the defense space, in energy, in space cooperation, in supply chains broadly. And I think that is meaningful and not to be overlooked, because it's possible to imagine a relationship where, having endured what we have, things really do hit a wall. And I think it matters that so far we haven't come to that point, though certainly the momentum hasn't maintained from the levels that it had been in previous years. I would also, though, point to something that the panel before lunch really focused on, which is the economic ties, the business relationships in particular. We've seen massive investments from Microsoft, from Google, from Amazon over the course of the last year. That matters, and I think those investments can provide some ballast for this relationship. And speak to the interests that go more broadly than corridors of power in New Delhi and Washington. And I think that is very important, especially at a moment of uncertainty like this. I would also say that India's response to these changes in Washington has been remarkably measured and mature. And that was no sure thing either. And I know that that is particularly challenged at a time when there's always state elections and domestic considerations matter in this space. Yes, India has sought to shore up its ties with Beijing and Moscow to an extent. But I see that more as an incremental calibration rather than any sort of fundamental shift. And so my takeaway from this stress test is, to an extent, our interests are sufficiently well aligned that even in these moments of tension, India has continued with many of the priorities that have traditionally underpinned its relationship with Washington, even as Washington has taken a different course over the last year or so. And so thinking about what that means ahead and where we go, I think we should continue to do the difficult work of seeking engagement, new ways of working together, perhaps having to be a little bit more creative than we have in this relationship over time when it has just been kind of a fundamental driver. I think the arrival of Ambassador Gore in Delhi is meaningful here. If we are to see a trade deal, there can be windows of opportunity that we can create for a reset, but I am not holding my breath that we're going to get back to something that looked like the relationship as it was in the immediate term. I would, though, say that I think there are opportunities here actually for India to set the agenda for itself, for what it seeks to achieve in its region and beyond. What is India's course, independent of this U.S.-India partnership? Where are the areas where the U.S. is less engaged than it once was that are still meaningfully of interest to India, where India itself can lead on cross-regional collaboration with other like-minded states, right? If we don't see progress in the Quad, perhaps there are other formulations that could get towards some of these same goals. India has made progress on trade with the UK, with the EU. And I think it's very interesting that soon after those agreements, right, we did hit a milestone in the US-India trade relationship. And so seeing this as a moment where I think India can benefit from having a bias for action and charting its own course, and that will allow us to calibrate to an extent here in Washington. Lastly, we need to bring the next generation to the table in these conversations. India has a median age of 28, and I think it's vital that at this moment of some rupture in the relationship that we bring in new voices and new voices who did not come of age, during the Cold War and carry some of that baggage, but who can meaningfully contribute, especially to a relationship that's going to be focused, I think, increasingly on issues of trade and technology, where the rising generation is very well placed to contribute. Thanks.
Thank you. We've got the kind of sobering extremity of the issues, some comforting continuities. Kurt Campbell, please bring us home.
Thank you. Great to see colleagues and friends that are visiting from India. You are always welcome here. Also, want to commend Hudson, if I can, probably more than any other institution. It's hard to find middle ground and opportunities for dialogue. Hudson always brings people together in a way that, frankly, other institutions have not, so commend them, and particularly on getting this group together. I'll just make I very much align with much of what I've already heard. I do want to say that it is troubling on some level that we have to have a reminder around mutual respect. I wouldn't have thought that the U.S.-India relationship would ever come to this point, but I acknowledge that we are here, and I do believe that as a foundational principle, it's of critical importance. Just a couple of the other comments before some recommendations as we go forward. On the just the element of both the diaspora and the people-to-people relationship, there are occasionally moments where the depth of that is brought into full view in ways that perhaps you don't even understand, even if you're focusing on a regular basis on the relationship. For me, it was actually during COVID when the dynamics shifted very rapidly in India. The US government as an institution, as is often the case, was slow, didn't really actually know how to respond, and it was a number of people in this audience, Nisha's here, others, who activated contacts in the business community and in the diaspora communities across the United States. I have never seen, and it has hardly been documented, the most massive, rapid accumulation of humanitarian medical products that was shipped literally on a moment's notice to India. The most dramatic supply of its kind done in the private sector of modern times. Remarkably little attention, but incredible. And the depth of that, I think, is something that we have to keep in mind. The last thing I would also just say is that this is a relationship that has often been thrust forward by ambition, by stated ambition, whether it's in the nuclear arena, whether it is working more closely together on intelligence and the like. I do want to say a word. I am troubled by what we've seen over the last year, but we have to acknowledge during the first Trump administration, it was the decision by key players in that administration to provide on an urgent basis information, intelligence, and others to Indian friends at a moment of real peril along the border of actual, the line of actual control, and tremendous respect to friends and colleagues like Matt Pottinger, who made those decisions at that time. I will also say I saw the ambition on full display myself and the possibilities. I was there, and I will tell you, despite whatever reports, I watched President Biden persuade over an hour a very reluctant Prime Minister Modi to join the Quad at the leader level, like literally fought him to agreement to the point where he said, "I promise I'll do this if you just stop haranguing me." That was at the very first couple of months of the administration. I take you to the very end of the administration. The leading nation behind the scenes in the Quad was not the United States, it was not Australia, it was not Japan, it was India. And the momentum and the ambition of working in these unofficial channels was remarkable, and I think we have to remind ourselves of this. I also want to say that I'm not embarrassed, and I am happy to stand here and say that I believe the most important relationship for the United States in the 21st century is between the United States and India. And yes, I actually don't think it's really nothing you can't applaud something that is so far away. But you can acknowledge it, and you can try to figure out how you set your course towards it. So for me, I'm going to give you what I think is important as we go forward. And then, obviously, it'll be great to have discussions. Now, here I'm going to say something that's going to be unpopular with friends here in Hudson that lean a little bit more to the right. The diaspora in the United States is fundamentally in play politically. Now, this has been played very, very poorly by this administration. When someone has to talk about mutual respect, this is the most law-abiding, most educated, most supported group of Americans in the United States today. So what's most important for me is to affix politically the Indian American community in an environment where they are going to be supportive of pro-India relations. I just put that on my table. The party that's much more likely to do this right now is the Democratic Party, so I'm very keen to make sure that there is a deep understanding that strategically we are naturally aligned. And the most important thing is to support greater ties educationally, technologically between the United States and India. I once told this story, I'll just tell it quickly. When we started the educational initiative as part of the Quad, and we recruited immediately money from the technology and other communities that Elizabeth described. We were able to go out and recruit and use resources. Hudson helped us with this. We had about 150 applicants for 25 spaces. This is 2 years, full education, STEM, best people in the world to study at our finest universities. We got good numbers from Australia and Japan, a couple of hundred, several hundred from the United States. India, 6,000 candidates for 25. That's the ambition, that's the possibility. I would like to see our labs, our science and technology endeavors, many of which have been tragically and inexplicably cut in recent months, reanimated by partnerships. We're going to need more engineers, more technologists. They're going to have to come from someplace in addition to the United States. I'd like to see many more Indians with the opportunity to study in the United States as we go forward. Just last couple of things, if I can say. What can be done during this period? One of the things that I was struck by when I was in government is the confusion bureaucratically that we face on how to engage India inside our own government. Now, I was one of those people who argued principally that our dominant interests lie with India and we need to diminish our ties with some other countries that have been problematic as we go forward, and I stand by that. But bureaucratically on the defense side, the issues of India and Pakistan and Afghanistan are muddled in this array of politics associated with CENTCOM and AFRICOM and Pacific Command. One of the things that's going to be most important is to affix India much more strongly in Pacific Command, which I thought we were well on the way towards happening, only to find, as Michael Corleone says in the terrible movie Godfather 3, I keep wanting to leave the Middle East, but they keep pulling me back in. The hope was to diminish the role bureaucratically and strategically of CENTCOM and focus more on where the 21st century is going to be dictated in the Indo-Pacific. And aligning India more in that arena is going to be critical. I was grateful for the work that we were able to do over the last couple of years on focusing more on the Indian Ocean, where our interests are naturally aligning, needing to figure out how to do that more bureaucratically in the United States. We can do that work beneath the level of uncertainty at the leadership level. Last thing, and I'll turn it back over to our excellent moderator. The most exciting thing that is going on right now between the United States and India is the drama of the technology engagement, which is incredible. Let's remember, even though it got only some attention, Prime Minister Modi hosted every single one of the dominant technology companies, every single one, for 3 full days. He gave his full attention to this endeavor. I was grateful we got to play a small role in that, but the level of enthusiasm and engagement for the Indian market, but not just India as a potential next partner for the major technology firms, but the role that India plays as a transition country between the global north and the global south. That potential role is enormously important, and I think the ability to build on that is enormous going forward. Many of us had a chance to talk with many of the technology companies on their return to India, from India. They all came back excited, thinking about next steps projects. This is an incredible thing that we've accomplished in a short period of time, and I think we can build on it as we go forward. The only thing that I'm really worried about, and I will just say this, I worry a number of people in the Indian system and the US system basically took a risk and articulated a view for a stronger US-India relationship, and they are now vulnerable in both political systems. And one of the things that we're going to need to do is not only support this next generation that's coming up, but do what we can to support the idea, the basis, and the ambition that the US-India relationship in 10 years, when we come to Hudson, when it's taken over everything in the neighborhood, is what we all hope it will be, the most important bilateral relationship of the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what we call very modestly polite applause. Yeah, no,
Well,
no, come on, that was a joke. That was a joke. Sorry.
Well, thank you for your comments and for some very consequential haranguing. And I also want to make clear, for what it's worth, we at Hudson, one of the primary pillars of our India work is a belief in the remarkable trajectory and future potential of Indian Americans. We are committed to building this relationship in which, on both sides of the aisle, Indian Americans have a major part to play in the future of Indian-American relations. Now, it looks like we have a pretty high degree of consensus about the turbulence we've experienced over the last year, and also the need to get this back on track, that it won't be immediate, that it's going to take time and effort and focus. I wonder if we turn to the Strait of Hormuz, which has dominated the news cycle, and as so often happens in the United States, we get kind of tunnel vision on this particular situation and fail to kind of necessarily calibrate it with the partners we have and the partners we want to have. What does this ongoing situation say about the resilience or fragility of our relationship, and how can we be doing better vis-a-vis India with this ongoing situation? Anyone who would like to jump in is welcome.
Start, Elizabeth.
All right. So this has been yet another moment that was certainly unexpected in the course of this relationship, and I think has tested some of the underlying premises that we had been building towards. As Kurt was just mentioning, so much of our focus has been on the Indo-Pacific, has been on the Indian Ocean region, and that region did come into play in this crisis. But this has been, in many ways, a different flavor of conflict that has played out, and one that the U.S. is party to. And I don't think we can ignore that as we think about how this sits with our friends and colleagues in Delhi. Not only have India's interests here been deeply impacted given supply chain challenges, energy shortages, fertilizer, another key threat that I think is certainly worth keeping an eye on down the line. But we've also seen the U.S. take military action within the Indian Ocean in this conflict, with the sinking of the Iranian warship that had participated in a naval activity in India off the coast of Sri Lanka. And that is, in some ways, astounding to contemplate and to think through in the context of this partnership and what it means in terms of the security cooperation that we are seeking to build going forward. I think, as with much of this, this does represent, to my mind, a moment where we need to sit down and we need to discuss these issues, and we need to do so candidly. And in a way that is looking to understand the concerns of both sides, but also be pragmatic and see how we can use this moment to move forward. There have been some questions raised about India's role or lack thereof, or should India have played a more active role given its own equities in this region. India was not alone in not jumping into the fray here, and I think that's important to remember. So I wouldn't want to read too much into what India did in this context that could apply elsewhere. I think those comparisons are a little bit overwrought. But really, what this conflict could open up for the two sides, and I do see maritime security cooperation in the Indian Ocean region as a real key focus and a genuine area of overlapping interest for both sides. We have learned a lot about what the future of warfare could look like through this conflict. This has been, in some ways, unimaginable in terms of how it has played out, what precision targeting capabilities allow for in terms of targeting of civilian infrastructure, economic targets, but of course in the naval domain as well. We've seen mining, we've seen blockades. These are capabilities that going forward, we need to better understand how they could play into conflict in other contexts. And I think it would be wise for not just the US and India, but like-minded partners to sit down and have some conversations, have some war games around what those lessons could mean in terms of their applications in the Indian Ocean region with other actors. And beyond that, I think it underlines the centrality of not just the defense space, which the US, I think, has, to an extent, rightly gotten some criticism for being hyper-focused on. We need to expand how we think about maritime security cooperation to also include real-time crisis logistics, shipping security, intelligence sharing, energy contingency planning, right? A broader range. India has always been such a first mover in terms of HADR, for example, and I think this is a space where we have come to gain a better understanding of how those choke points should come into our planning going forward, not just in the military domain, but much more broadly. And I hope that that's an area that we can sit down for a conversation on.
Just a couple of very wise remarks from Elizabeth there. Just a couple of things as we look forward. I will just point out to Indian friends that are visiting, if you're in very polite places like we're in here now, and people are describing recent circumstances, they will say it's complicated or dynamic or complex. But What is all beneath that is, frankly, a lot of anxiety, to be honest. That in truth, most people are quite anxious about the circumstances that we're confronting. The first thing I would just simply say is that almost all the analysis suggests that this is not just a regional conflict, it is a global one in the sense of really dramatic, longer-term consequences economically. And it's not just helium or ammonia or jet fuel or fertilizer or just petroleum in general. It is going to hit everything, and the region that is going to be most affected is the Indo-Pacific. Yes, there will be problems in Africa, but the real challenge in manufacturing and the like will strike the Indo-Pacific, and not just for months, for a considerable period going forward. The second thing that I would just simply say is that I cannot imagine a scenario in which there is an outcome in which the United States doesn't retain substantial forces, either as a containment effort or a protective group that remains in and around the region. And I will tell you that the bipartisan project of the last several years has been actually to try to move away from that, to try to diminish and rebalance our engagements globally so that we are not over-indexed and over-invested in the Middle East. There has been a patient effort over the last 15 years to reinvest military capabilities, Marines, expeditionary forces, second aircraft carrier. I can go all through all the things that we've done in the Indo-Pacific, new anti-ballistic missile capabilities in Japan and South Korea. In a heartbeat, after accumulating carefully, fighting all those bureaucratic battles, all that capacity, all of it, aircraft from Kadena, Marines, second battle carrier group, they're all in the Middle East now. And I will tell you, one of the things that we learn bureaucratically is that it's very hard to get them back. And so the quality of our deterrence and our capabilities inevitably is going to go down in the Indo-Pacific. And that is going to be noted by all our colleagues and friends, and we're going to need more help. I will just conclude with one thing, though, guys. When you sit in academic conferences, you hear about how we're at the very end of this old order, that we're going into a period of either hegemons or kind of spheres of influences or just chaos. I actually don't buy that, and I do believe that there are elements of the current system, even though it is under unbelievable duress, that everyone will recognize that should be continued on in the future. And yes, trust has been lost, love has been lost, but there are lots of very effective loveless marriages in the world, and it's in all likelihood we'll have one of those in the Indo-Pacific as well. But I will simply say that this conflict has much greater long-term impacts than anyone is really ready to acknowledge. If there's anyone that can convince their 35% supporters that we've been incredibly successful in the Middle East, it'll be President Trump. But in fact, the consequences here are in fact greater probably than Afghanistan and Iraq in many ways that will only come into full sort of testimony in the coming months.
India and US have strong bilateral naval relationship. We do joint exercises. We have a lot of knowledge sharing and regular interactions between our Indo-PACOM and Indian Navy and all that. But we always prided over the fact that the Indian Ocean has always been a region of peace. What we are experiencing today is not just about Hormuz. We have seen the southern Indian Ocean becoming a place for conflict. There was that reference to an attack on a ship. Diego Garcia in Western Indian Ocean became, again, a point of conflict today. Almost as if the entire region has been pulled into this conflict. that is certainly a matter of concern for us. Now, there is certainly a major conflict going on with respect to Iran. There are 2 or 3 parties in that conflict: the United States, Israel, and Iran. What will India do? What is Europe doing? What are other countries doing? That is what India will do. India would want those who started it to find an exit for it. Is there an exit plan? Now, about Hormuz, let the field marshals find an answer for you, a solution for you. As far as India is concerned, the widening of this conflict into Western Indian Ocean and coming right into the Southern Indian Ocean is certainly a matter of big concern. Let us confine it, find an answer to it, find a solution to it. And today, I mean, I respectfully take the view that this world order should continue. Everybody wants it. But does US want it? How much is US committed to upholding this world order? Where is that whole institutional process in taking certain steps and certain decisions and then trying to find answers to situations? So as far as India is concerned, for Hormuz crisis, we will find our way through negotiations, through dialogue, ensuring that our vessels pass through in that current stalemate. But beyond that, the enlargement of this whole conflict, the theater of this conflict enlarging right up to the entire Indian Ocean region, will not be welcomed by India, obviously. I mean, today 2 countries in our neighborhood, Maldives and Mauritius, have become enemies overnight because of that Diego Garcia issue. So these things are certainly causing a concern. This expansion of this theater of conflict deeper into Indian Ocean is certainly something to be avoided. Thank you.
All right, I've got way more questions than we have time for, so I'm just going to ask one more quick one before we turn it to the audience, so start collecting your thoughts. But I think one thing that would be most beneficial to hear from with these kind of veterans of the relationship is, as we're at this consequential moment where we need to rebuild, what are the blind spots that each of us needs to account for? Where do each of our sides most get the other wrong, typically? And again, I'm sorry, Ram, I've put you in a tough spot here, but I'll just throw, you can start if you like. But
the biggest problem right now I see is with respect to trust element. There was reference to Trump 1.0. I still remember so vividly the kind of bonhomie that existed between the 2 regimes, 2 governments. So much so that when 2020 elections came, there were guys in India who were praying for Trump's victory by worshipping his photographs and going to temples and praying for his victory. Go to those people today. Ask them what they will say. Totally different. So we have somehow a big lack of mutual trust today. We need to build that trust once again. I agree that greater engagement should happen, and there are many areas where we can probably work together. I think biggest blind spot, biggest challenge in this relationship today is with respect to mutual trust. I will leave it at that.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Happy to come in. I think trying to unpack this notion of trust is worth doing. And even just how the 2 sides understand and build and define trust, right? That is a conversation that at Stimson we've tried to convene over the years, and I think it's been helpful. But as I see it, really, there's a mutual misreading of constraints in the US-India relationship that isn't unique to this relationship, but I think is a key feature that I've seen over time, which is each side has a tendency to see the other's limits as choices, but their own limits as necessities. And so you assume more flexibility on the part of the other than you yourself enjoy. And so for Washington, I would say this means overreading its own ability to persuade New Delhi to see the world as it does and to incentivize it to align with US objectives. But then on the Indian side, to overestimate the US tolerance for decisions to run counter to US strategic interests and US patience with slow implementation and limited follow-through. And I think that that is, again, not unique to this relationship, but as we find ourselves in a moment where we are needing to do some stock taking and some rebuilding, having a clear conversation and a candid conversation on where those genuine mutual interests are, where we're not trying to kind of make the other what we want it to be, but where we're genuinely working together on a similar objective, start there and use those very limited sprints as a way of rebuilding some of this trust, which is a much broader project, I think.
But where have we lagged behind? We agreed to stop buying oil from Iran. We agreed to stop buying oil from Russia, facing so much criticism from our Indian opposition. We agreed for 50% tariffs. Agreed means we did not say anything. We maintained our patience. 50% tariffs we agreed. Today, in the new trade deal also, we agreed for 18% tariffs, higher than what it used to be. I mean, average tariff. So where is India lagging behind in that? What are those issues that where India is not doing enough?
That's a big question. Briefly, I know earlier today, for example, we got into some of the history of the civil nuclear agreement. And I think some of the expectations on both sides that in some ways have, but in some ways haven't been met and took certainly a long time to get there, right? That's one example of this. In defense as well, you can see where I think the point really is how much friction is involved in making this progress, and do the two sides share a similar sense of urgency here? And what pace are we able to work at? Some of this as well is just our different systems. Kurt alluded earlier to the continued challenges of trying to figure out where those right nodes are to really push forward on projects and build momentum. And I think when you get towards this moment where we don't have the same level of top cover and top down push that we've had in the relationship, what I see is more examples where that friction can creep in and when things slow down. And this is a moment where, it feels like at times the whole world is on fire and there are so many different priorities. And so the easier the two sides can make it to do business together and to get those wins, the more realistic it's going to be.
Just one quick thing. That's a great exchange between my two colleagues up here. I will say, I found, I know many of you have read Jaishankar's great book, The Indian Way, and what's fascinating about it, he wrote that thinking he would not be coming back to power. But we all have conceptions of ourselves that maybe others may have a different perception of it. What's striking about that book in so many different ways, he depicts in India as profoundly realpolitik, unemotional, strategic, Vulcan almost like in its ability to maneuver internationally. It's not just the ability to operate in a multipolar environment, but a dispassion that I think is completely wrong. And I will tell you, I think I have at least a little bit of experience, not as much as many people in the room here, but I think the deep little secret of US-India relations is that it has come much further, and deep down, both countries were thinking and anticipating that this would be the dominant relationship going forward. And even though I completely agree with my colleagues on the panel here that India has managed this very effectively, but for the United States to acknowledge what has happened, we need to realize that this has caused a deep hurt that is well disguised, but a deep, profound hurt among Indian friends. And it's not a strategic issue. It is a personal hurt that I sense in almost all my relationships. And if we don't understand that and acknowledge it on some level, it will be difficult to find strategic remedies to what ails us over the last couple of years.
Well, on a great note to turn it to the audience, I see, let's start with Sadanand.
Thanks very much. My question is for Kurt Campbell. I've seen an explanation bandied about for the sort of decline in US, or the turmoil we've seen in the US-India relationship over the past year and a bit as really being downstream to from the current administration's China policy, right? And that you could sort of explain a lot of the things from the tariffs to the closeness to Pakistan and so on, to the simple fact that they may not be invested in the idea of great power competition with China in the way the previous administration was, or even in the way that the previous Trump administration was. I'd like to get your sense of what you make of this argument. Thanks.
Yeah. Look, I think that's a powerful observation, and the reality is that there are many elements of the U.S.-China relationship from the American perspective that are not clear. I think what's interesting is that President Trump and his team have practiced really a kind of policy of ambiguity, of uncertainty about truly where our interests lie. If you look at the administration, it is truly a very big tent when it comes to China. You have members of this administration that believe that the next enemy of the United States is China, and we have to prepare for that. Not just competition, but very direct steps. And you have other people that think that that is nonsense, that we can make a lot of money in China, that family members can make a lot of money, and we can do a lot of stuff, and why can't we just do business? I would say right now it appears that that second group probably is more dominant, and it is undeniable that the president appears to be quite interested and comforted by the idea of hanging out with authoritarians, something that I really actually don't understand very much. But I will tell you, despite where the president lands, it is undeniable. I think the last 13 years of President Xi, there's been no leader on the international stage, no leader that has been so clear in his speeches and his pronouncements and his policies of where he is taking China. He believes that China is in a fundamental competition with the United States, that we are in hurtling decline, and is positioning themselves accordingly. And so my hope is that when the president goes to Beijing in a month, and you have to understand, guys, how unusual that is. It's unusual that the president wants to go, and it is unusual that the Chinese are prepared to host him in the middle of a conflict against one of their partners. What that means is that they think they got some stuff that they can accomplish with President Trump. They think they can get some benefits in technology. They think they can get some things done in Taiwan. You've got a fantastic team here who focuses on that in Hudson. I think quietly, we all say it's complicated, complex, dynamic, but beneath the surface, deep anxiety that American interests will be put on the table there. And what's also interesting is that we've never had a situation where a president goes with so little constraints. He will be able, on an individual level, to make decisions without worry about what political parties and other groups say. Now, there is a strong bipartisan agreement about competition with China, but Republicans have yet to really want to speak out on that publicly. I think that is going to change, and I believe that we will reassert that these are issues of concern, and India, Japan, South Korea, Australia, other countries are critical partners in that endeavor, an endeavor that we do not have the capacity to take on alone. But I think what you're suggesting is exactly right, but I actually don't, like what I always tell friends who are visiting, who are determined to find a intellectual framework that they can affix to how President Trump sees the world. I don't actually think that's how he operates, and it is entirely possible that what has happened here is simply maybe the president was unhappy about being nominated for an award. And maybe from that, that's where we are. Maybe it's just that, right?
Okay, we've got a lot of questions and we're coming up on time. So I'm going to choose let's do 2 questions together of the 2 people who made eye contact with me first, which are Walter and Shashank Matu in the back.
Great panel. Sir Mike. And thank you, Kurt, especially, but all of you for joining us today. My question would be, it seems to me that U.S. and Indian interests in the Gulf area don't see any sign of coordination or consultation in the current crisis. Is this a conversation of thinking together about the Gulf? Is this a conversation that in your mind would be a useful thing to try to work on?
Before we get to it, let's also just take the last question there in the back, and then we can choose your poison, and we'll wrap it up there.
Thank you. 2 quick questions. Dr. Madhav, I think a lot of the conversation here has been about the politics of the relationship now in India and how difficult that's become. Could I ask you your sense of, over the next couple of years, some concrete suggestions about how you make the politics more unstuck? And Dr. Campbell, to you, your predecessor as Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, made an extraordinary statement when she came to India saying that we are not looking to build a broad-based relationship with Pakistan, which is a fairly extraordinary statement. Now, when you see a lot of people who are tracking the US-Pakistan relationship, their sense is actually Pakistan has a decent shot of integrating itself much more into America's Middle East strategy. My fundamental question to you is a strong US-Pakistan relationship compatible with a strong US-India relationship?
Okay, so we've got actually 3 questions. Let's just go down the line with our final takes. I'll start with you, Ram.
No, as far as the Middle East is concerned, it is true that the region is very, very important for India, as it is very important for the US also. Between our 2 countries, there was a lot of coordination during Trump 1.0. And after the Abraham Accords, we had I2U2. We invested in what we called as IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe corridor. So there was great anticipation about the potential of the Middle Eastern region for India. And there we always saw the United States as an important partner. But last few months, the developments in the last few months have put a big question mark on both I2U2 and IMEC. We need to re-engage on these 2 issues. We have to probably redesign them. We have to make a few changes especially in IMEC. Nevertheless, it is very important that we don't just shelve them or just put them in cold storage. We have to engage at some level and try to revive these two very important initiatives that we took in last few years. India is certainly very keen. We are talking to some counterparts here also, whether we can at least do some academic exercise about what is the future of these 2 important initiatives that we took with regard to Middle East, where the Gulf region. As far as that question about politics in India is concerned, Indian politics is it's a democracy. Democracies are noisy. So we have a lot of noise about even the economic deal that we are trying to clinch with the US now. You have heard one of the panelists speaking about it, the questions that were there in the minds of Indian opposition. They are making it into a big issue in India, but that wouldn't discourage or desist the government from going ahead, because this relationship, as we all know, is a very important relationship, and especially this trade deal that we are almost on the verge of clinching. I mean, I was told by very, I would say, responsible people that it will be done in next couple of weeks or before the visit of Secretary Rubio to Delhi. India is looking forward to it. The economic relationship forms the backbone or very important part of our relationship. politics, domestic politics notwithstanding, government will go ahead with the relationship, with the agreement. Thank you.
Elizabeth.
Thanks. Just to say this has been a wonderfully rich conversation, and I very much enjoyed it. I will take a stab at the Pakistan question, and I suspect that what I have to say perhaps will not be welcomed by necessarily all, but I genuinely think that there is room for a relationship with both Islamabad and New Delhi. And I think particularly the role that Pakistan is playing in this moment, I would not see this in zero-sum terms. I think this is the sort of global conflict that not just India, but the broader Indo-Pacific would benefit from a swift resolution to. And if Pakistan is able to leverage the relationships that it has to bring that about, I think all the better. Going forward, it will be quite interesting to see whether and how that Pakistan engagement in the Middle East strengthens. I think we're seeing indications in that direction. And simultaneously, if India deepens its relationships across the Indo-Pacific, I think there are mutual benefits there. And from a strictly US perspective, as I know Ambassador Juster highlighted earlier, as we saw last May, we're coming up on the one-year anniversary of the India-Pakistan crisis. I think having relations between Washington and Islamabad and Rawalpindi, as well as Washington and New Delhi, is very important given the risks of escalation that we see, unfortunately, in South Asia. And that is something that I think will continue and will continue to be a concern. The real question, though, is how we manage that and how we recognize that our interests and our perspectives are different here, but we respect each other, coming back to that really core idea. And we can talk about it, and we don't need to let this derail the full relationship, but thinking about ways of building out mechanisms to disagree, but to compartmentalize those issues. And I think that is the trick going forward, and I don't want to underestimate the challenge that's involved there, but realistically, in the world as it is today, I think it's one that we're going to have to confront.
Thank you. Great questions. And to Walter's good question, it's good to see Walter. I think in some respects, the U.S.-India relationship has to take a page from another relationship that has also weathered periods of complexity, and that's the U.S.-Japan relationship. There were periods in time when a new administration would come into power in Washington, and the scramble was then on in Tokyo for them to find the one or two people only in the whole administration that was prepared to work at a strategic level to try to support U.S.-Japan relations. And that could have been Rich Armitage. There are a variety of people, rest in peace, that have played that role over decades. I don't know, Walter, if it's possible to have as many prayers going out from various parts of the administration. I don't want to get him in trouble, but I think everyone hopes that Secretary Rubio, they put too much on him in the hopes that he will play a role as an interlocutor. You notice how much focus there is on his upcoming visit. There's the hope that he will be that person that will interpret the hopes of rebuilding the relationship, will reassure Indian friends, and also be able to deliver. I will say, I'm very hopeful along the lines of my Indian colleague that the trade deal is only a week or two from being done. But I've heard that now for almost a year. So I'm hopefully that week or two will come. It's a little bit like not eating dessert. I'm going to start on that next week. So I see that, but I'm hopeful, and I think that could take place. And I too am hoping. I'm praying. I've got my little frame of Secretary Rubio that I pray to, just like my colleagues. My colleagues prayed to. I was with Indian friends the day after the election, and they were. And imagine how that makes you feel. They're high-fiving. They're thrilled that Trump had won, and I'm like, God, like drop liver here, you know. But you get what you get too. So so on that point, I greatly respect Elizabeth, and I worked at the State Department, and I know what I'm supposed to say, which is almost exactly what she said. Those are the talking points that would be delivered, that I would be expected to say, but I just can't say them. I think peace and stability is reinforced in South Asia by a closer relationship between the United States and India, and an absolute clarity that all our strategic interests lie in Delhi, and that we seek no problem with Pakistan, but our interests are in India. I don't mind having lines of communication, but this is where our future lies, and that should be completely unambiguous. It's not enough to remove the hyphen. It is, the India relationship is in capital letters, and Pakistan really doesn't even appear in the paragraph. Sorry.
I'm glad you said that. I
Well,
mean,
on that note.
one thing that we generally don't relish too much is India, US, Pakistan versus US, India. This hyphenation somehow is not something that we really like, because they are at completely two different levels. India-US relationship is much bigger, much wider than the relationship that US has with many countries, whether it is Pakistan or North Korea. That's not really a real comparison that one should make. Sorry.
Well, on that note, please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you, Liz. Good to see you.
We're going to have a 10-minute break, but thanks again to everyone. Hello? All right. If I could ask everyone to return to their seats, wrap up conversations. We're rapidly nearing our final fireside chat here. Can you not hear? I think, okay, great. Okay, if I could ask everyone to please come back to their seats. All right, I'm starting to see a good amount of movement. Great. All right, well, we are nearing the final mile here. Thank you for all of you who have been here the full day, and to those who are watching online. We're in for a real treat here. We're going to have a fireside chat to close the conference between Dattatreya Hosobale and Walter Russell Mead. Yes. I'll briefly introduce them, and we'll jump straight into the fireside chat, followed by some final remarks from Walter Russell Mead. Dattatreya Hosobale is General Secretary of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, the organization's highest executive position, to which he was elected in 2021 and re-elected in 2024. Born in a farming village in Karnataka, he holds a master's in English literature and speaks 6 languages: Kannada, Hindi, English, Tamil, Marathi, and Sanskrit. That's 6 times the number of languages that this introducer knows. He's the founding editor of the Kannada magazine Asima and has decades of experience in grassroots social organizing across all of India. Walter Russell Mead is the Ravenel B. Curry III Distinguished Fellow in Strategy and Statesmanship here at the Hudson Institute, the Global View columnist at the Wall Street Journal, and the Alexander Hamilton Professor of Strategy and Statecraft with the Hamilton School for Classical and Civic Education at the University of Florida. All of those hats point to his main function, which is as a voice of sanity and clarity for many in a world that is today about as messy as it comes. So we are really looking forward to this conversation. I'm first going to hand it over to Dattatreya Hosobale for his opening short remarks, and then we'll proceed to the back and forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really, I'm delighted to be a part of this conference since morning. You must have been tired listening to so many people because it's quite an academic exercise. I don't know whether you are tired or not. Myself, fatigue will naturally be there, and the whole day you listen to so many things. But because it was interesting and educative, I was attending almost every session fully except for a few minutes. I'm really thankful to Hudson Institute for inviting me to this conference and giving me an opportunity to express about the organization that I represent. So just now introduced to you. Most of you know about the RS. And I'm here to meet some people and interact with them. I also had an opportunity to participate in another conference in Stanford recently about science, technology, global health, and sustainability. And I had the opportunity to, where Bill Drexel was a moderator. So the RSS is now has completed 100 years of its service to nation and society. The RSS has reached out to a vast section of people within the country. We thought it also necessary to interact with the thinking and influencing sections and individuals of other countries, particularly the Western countries where America naturally leads. So I had the opportunity of interacting with some of the influential opinion makers and also some think tanks. And this global outreach has helped me to communicate what RSS really means and what it's doing. So I'm really happy that here in midst of you, I will be expressing certain things in the form of answers to Sameer's questions.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. General Secretary. It really is great to welcome you to Hudson Institute and to do it in the company of so many good friends. I was fortunate enough to have decided that I needed to understand the RSS at more or less the time the RSS had decided that it wanted to engage more with people from the West. And thanks really to Ram Madhav, who originally introduced me, and to Tim Shah, who I don't see is here today, but who introduced me to Ram. I've been able to meet some of the people at many different levels in the organization and begin to acquaint myself a bit with how it works. I'm still learning. It's a very big organization, but the reality that it is in modern history, I can only think of two other organizations globally that have had the kind of impact that the RSS has had. They're very different organizations, but the Communist Party of China and the Muslim Brotherhood are organizations that have transformed societies. And of those, the RSS is perhaps, seems to have the longest trajectory ahead of it, and maybe also be ultimately the most significant, as its field of operation is the world's most populous country. Yet it is almost unknown territory, even for many in the United States who think of themselves as knowing something about India. So to have the General Secretary with us today, willing to answer some of my questions, and maybe if you're lucky, some of yours, is a real privilege. So let me start. The RSS is one of the largest organizations in the world today. It may actually be the largest organization, and yet it remains extremely poorly understood in the West. How would you describe what the RSS actually does on the ground day to day? What is this thing?
RSS is the People's Voluntary Movement, and inspired by cultural ethos and civilization values of the ancient society in India, which is generally known as Hindu philosophy and Hindu culture. RSS is engaged for the last 100 years to create volunteers, whom we call Swayamsevaks in Sanskrit, but it can be loosely translated as volunteer, and organizing society, which is apparently having vast diversities, but in fact it's having an underlying oneness. So to create these volunteers with character, self-confidence, and a sense of service to community, and also for organizing the society, for this purpose, RSS organizes daily assemblies, around 83,000 latest count, and weekly assemblies for 1 hour, another 30,000 places. So through this 1 hour gathering, the inculcating of values of life, as I said, self-confidence, service-mindedness, and feeling of oneness is achieved. Pay back to the society to create human social capital for the purpose of society's betterment and nation's oneness. So that is the work of RSS. People of every walk of life and all age group have become the volunteers of this organization. RSS renders services like relief activity during natural calamities and also on other occasions in the field of education, health, self-reliance, and rural development, environmental issues. So the RSS volunteers have created civic institutions numbering nearly 40. Most of them have become nationwide organizations engaged in nation-building activities.
I remember on one of my visits to India, I went to the home of Dr. Hedgewar, the founder of the RSS, and apparently there were something like 5 people at the opening, at the first meeting. So this organization has grown from a very tiny beginning to, you say, 83,000 meetings, daily meetings throughout the country. How do they get people to come to these meetings?
See, a commitment is created because the personal, individual, one-on-one contacts. The daily shaka creates this sense of camaraderie, and because of that, the social commitment is awakened in them, and a sense of duty and paying back to the society selflessly. This is there in the people, and we only arouse it, awaken it, and because of this environment of in a very friendly and cordial atmosphere, the individual volunteers, they attend these shakas. But there is an organization structure to keep the activity going on, and various responsibilities are also assigned to volunteers on the basis of their experience and competence and capacities. So this, the organization structure takes care of continuation of the activity year-long, and also planning for the various occasional activities that are helpful for society, and also helping strengthening the organization. So there is an organization structure, but a sense of commitment and in a cordial atmosphere helps in a big way to keep the work going on.
And yet somehow the RSS is very controversial. What do you think Americans most get wrong about the RSS or misunderstand?
Americans' misunderstanding is not only about RSS.
Yeah, but India as well. The whole Americans are very good at misunderstanding. I think we can all agree on that.
But we believe that you will be correcting those misunderstandings.
Oh, yes. In the 83,000 daily meetings of people who study Walter Mead thought.
America's misunderstanding about India is that it is overpopulated, full of slums, and poverty, and it is the land of snakes, slums, and swamis. Means gurus. Oh, but India is also a tech hub, technology. Indian scientists have reached the moon. and India is a fourth economy in the world. So these things are somehow, they are missed in the common American perception. About RSS also, the narrative that is built over decades, knowingly, unknowingly, or as a part of agenda or whatever it is, that RSS is a Hindu supremacist, or that is in a way the anti-Christian, anti-minority, anti-development in women, anti-modernization. So what is pro is not told. Always anti this thing has been propagated. And somehow Indian version of Ku Klux Klan, which is not.
The saffron Ku Klux Klan is what people might say. Well, and how would you challenge that view? What is it that the RSS, for example, people say it's a Hindu supremacist organization. How would you say, no, we're not a Hindu supremacist organization? What is it that you are instead?
The Hindu philosophy and Hindu culture doesn't allow it to be supremacist, because we see that the whole world is one family and all are brothers and sisters, and there's no question of supremacy there. And we see the oneness in everybody, being the living and non-living things. So when that is the basic philosophy of Hindus, the supremacist nature of Hindus cannot be there.
Okay.
And also, in the history, Hindus have never invaded any country. Hindus have never enslaved any people. Hindus have nothing to apologize for.
Okay, now we'll share that with some of our British friends and see what they say. And the RSS has been, certainly in the last few years, where it's been closely associated with the BJP, the governing party, it's been very much part of India's cultural and economic modernization project. But we think about future-oriented modernization, and then we think about the celebration of ancient Hindu roots and cultural values. It seems like modernization and tradition pull in different directions. How does the RSS think about trying to balance those impulses, going back to the roots while looking to the future?
See, cultural values and modernization are strictly not contradictory to each other. They can exist simultaneously. Though they may often create some tensions here and there, and they require adaptation, both modernization and cultural values, according to the times. While modernization brings industrialization, technology, and individualistic trends, it can work alongside culture and cultural values as well. See, the thing is, the simultaneous existence of culture and modernity has been experienced in recent decades in many societies, Oriental societies particularly, whether it is a Hindu society, Indian society, Japan, or China, all have modernized, but at the same time, their cultural and civilizational values, they are kept intact, and they take inspiration from that. So that's why I don't think the cultural values and modernization, they pull in opposite direction. Only thing is that some adaptation may be required time to time. That is what the Hindu philosophy says as Sanatana. The Sanatana means the eternity. That is, Sanatana is, it is ever growing, but at the same time, the ancient one. It is ancient but ever growing. The example that is given in our philosophical tenets is like a banyan tree. A banyan tree has deep and strong roots. It is cultural and a civilizational ethos. And the banyan tree has also so many branches, and every season, new sprout and new leaves and new flowers bloom and blossom. So that is as new as it is old. So culture and modernization can live together. That is a part of nature.
In sort of Anglo-American literary and philosophical tradition, Edmund Burke is, I suppose, the thinker who's associated with this idea of modernization rooted in tradition, or ultimately for him, that he did not really see the contradiction. And he argued, in fact, that if you lost touch with the roots, ultimately this would reduce your ability to modernize successfully. Does that kind of coincide with?
Exactly. T.S. Eliot has also written about tradition and modernity.
Ah, yes. Well, I was only an undergrad English major. You went to grad school, so you can outdo me there, clearly. Yeah, I hope, personally, I hope that we can spark more conversation between Americans and Indians on thinkers and writers like Eliot and Burke and others coming out of the Indian tradition, because I think there are unexplored connections that could really lead to a deeper understanding that might even have an impact at policy. But this is one of the things that has.
That would be one of the wonderful projects that institute like Hudson Institute can take up.
Well, absolutely, and I know we have friends at the India Foundation, and we may continue to speak with them about some of these ideas. But now let's go to something more depressing: great power politics. America is looking to India increasingly as an indispensable strategic partner and a counterweight in Asia to the rise of China. But to play a role like that, which I think India also wants to prevent any other country from being dominant in Asia, this requires a very sustained period of economic and social development, of really almost a radical modernization of and institutions to be. What do you think, how does India do this? What does India need to do to realize its full potential?
I think in the previous sessions, this has been wonderfully discussed by other panelists. So, however, if India wants to have good relations with all the countries, neighboring countries or distant countries, particularly countries like US and other such major powers in the world. So if America is also looking for strategic partnership with India, so India is, because of its size, because of its demographic dividend, because of technological advancement, because of its fourth economy in the world, and the size of India's population, naturally, a better relation, as it has been discussed, and partnership is called for. And how it can be done? It can be done because of mutual trust and level playing field and mutual respect and recognizing the needs of each other.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in the modern geopolitical situation, these issues are very important. If that mutuality is missing, then I think the trust deficit will be there.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think building people-to-people relations is critical for this.
You said it. This people-to-people relation should be strengthened so that more people understand the other societies. So many a time, prejudices work, or sometime some expressions are, that may cause damage, but definitely people should see the people of other societies or civilizations, other countries, they themselves. Then creating such an atmosphere and facilitating this by both state and non-state actors like institutions and think tanks and universities can do a lot in this, so that this mutuality and trust is strengthened.
Yeah, that's certainly shaped a lot of what we've tried to do here at Hudson in our India project. We've been trying to take American journalists and think tank people for visits in India. We worry that because there aren't enough of these deep people-to-people relationships, enough understanding in the U.S. of the Indian point of view and Indian civilization, that mistakes can be made in foreign policy, or whether either in the substance or in the presentation, that can have serious costs. I think we maybe were a little too late in that we were unable to prevent exactly that from happening in recent months, perhaps. But we hope that in the future, to us, this just means we need to work harder to try to make sure that in the future, the foundations of the relationship are strong enough.
And civic institutions can also help in this way, in a big way.
Exactly right. So we will continue with what we're doing, and I hope some of the people that are with us today will want to help us and support that mission. The RSS has long argued that a strong Hindu cultural identity is the foundation needed for a stronger India. But does that project risk alienating not only local minorities inside India, but also maybe creating difficulties in the relations with neighboring states? How does the RSS navigate the tension between an India that is becoming more Hindu and a neighborhood where other states, and particularly I could think of states that emerged from British India after the partition, where this is a very divisive concept?
See, in RSS view, Hindu identity is a civilizational identity, not a religious one, not faith-based. As such, there is no room for being alienated or think of alienation. Civilizational values, worldview, and manifestations of them in life, human relation with nature, and historic facts, they all contribute to the formation of a culture. So the religion is not playing that role in forming the culture. That's why RSS has always emphasized about the cultural ethos and civilizational values, which are not nothing to do with directly religion. When you say minorities, religious minorities, I mean. So these, however, tensions have been there on and off because of some political interests, wrong understanding of history, or wrong interpretation of history, and some other machinations. RSS believes that continuous and comprehensive dialogue with all these groups will definitely help in clearing the misconceptions, misgivings, or if there are any fear is there, that can be definitely clarified. So RSS is engaged in such dialogues with the so-called minorities and their leadership.
What about with neighboring countries?
Neighboring countries, tensions are there because of various factors, because there in the political leadership of neighboring countries many a time they have not come to the, as I said, the mutuality and trust that was damaged in the past decades. And the people-to-people relation with neighboring countries is still, even today, it is one of the best. And that's why many people who visit neighboring countries are happy. And the problem is only with one neighboring country, and which is born out of the Indian womb. And it has become a neighboring country, but many people are behind that country to create problems.
Yeah, when you talk about this sense of civilizational identity, I find myself thinking maybe for Americans, the closest comparison, which is strange in a way, would be to Jews, where Judaism, people are Jews, some people are Jews out of a clear religious commitment, but many Jews are Jewish in a cultural way and maybe don't embrace the religion formally, but are their life experiences, worldview, food that they eat or whatever has that cultural connection. Is that how you think of Hinduism in India?
Something like that, of course. But however, the comparison may not be 100% always true. But it is something akin to that. And what I is in the long history of India has developed a worldview on the basis of the philosophy that has been visualized and explained in our Upanishads and Vedic texts. So because of that, the various sects and other sages who have explained those things in the context of society and nature, they all have emphasized on this particular worldview. And I think that has manifested in our day-to-day life. India's soul is spirituality. And the culture is the expression of the soul of a nation. And India's culture expresses that spirituality. If the Jews are also thinking the same way, I think you are right.
Well, I remember I used to live in Jackson Heights, Queens, in New York. And of course, that is a neighborhood with a lot of people from South Asia. And you would walk down the streets and see restaurants and, holiday, Diwali lights and so on. But you'd find there some people were from India, some Pakistan, some Bangladesh. And yet somehow in Jackson Heights, they all seemed to be, they felt a sense of unity and they were all drawn to the same place. Is this something of the way you think of the civilizational unity of people?
It can be. Many such experiments have taken place. For example, in Puducherry in India, Aurobindo Society, they have also thought of words oneness through creating Auroville. So this oneness has been tried in many ways. But thing is, I think bringing together is one thing. But feeling that oneness is possible, as you said, by better understanding of other people in society. And in a way, what you said also can be helpful in making people understand that oneness.
Now, to get away from oneness for a moment here, Pakistan has recently reasserted itself as a significant player in Gulf and broader Islamic world diplomacy. From an RSS standpoint, how do you assess this development, and how do you assess what it means for India and Indian policy?
RSS doesn't get into this politics of these things. However, what the government of India says and thinks and feels, that is in the interest of India, and we are in alignment with that.
Okay, so on this particular issue, you and the government are...
No, on many issues.
Many issues, yes.
Because the people who are in the government are from the RSS background.
Yes, and this, when we mentioned earlier that that something like 40 organizations, national organizations, have come out of the BJP, of the RSS, or been started by its volunteers. One of them, I guess, is the BJP. So the relationship between the RSS and the ruling party in India is quite close, and one could even say profound, which is one of the reasons certainly that we at Hudson Institute think that Americans need to spend a lot more time understanding the worldview of the RSS and the aspirations of the RSS, because they're not unconnected to the ideas that are moving the current government.
Of course, the formation of BJP in 1980 was because of the founders of the BJP. They wanted to retain the relationship RSS. So that was the prime reason for formation of the political party coming away from Janata Party at that time. That's why that umbilical cord relationship cannot be wished away.
That's right. And I guess the Prime Minister has been an active volunteer in the RSS for much of his life.
That is true. He is also proud of it, and we are also proud of him.
Very much so. Well, you know, from 5 people meeting in a doctor's house in one city in India, to a movement that has generated the political party that now rules the most populous country on the planet and has perhaps received more votes in democratic elections than any other political party now existing on the planet. It's quite a movement. That's quite a first 100 years. What next?
Thank you for that compliment. And if we are number 1 on the planet, we have not become big brothers, and we will not be. With the strength, the humility comes. That is what the Hindu philosophy says. And we not only believe in that, we are the practitioners of that. So that the strength and success has made us humble, and we want to be so. So humbly, I would like to submit that the RSS will be, for the next decades and whatever time it takes, will be engaging in the same activity of creating selfless volunteers for the work of society, nation, and for the work of humanity, for the service of humanity at large. Because it has always been said that a real Hindu ceases to be a Hindu. He becomes universal global citizen. And the RSS believes in that. So that's why this work of creating Swayam Sevaks volunteers and engaging them in socio-cultural activities for the benefit of society, nation, and humanity will continue. And at the same time, we would like to see that India embraces modernity, it gets modernized, but having its cultural roots strong enough so that the succeeding generations of India, they should be able to realize the dream of the great patriots who worked for the emancipation of India for last centuries. So that dream should be fulfilled. But it also makes us it also enables us to serve the humanity. And for this, RSS at the threshold of centenary has thought of 5 areas in the next years to engage itself. One of the challenges before the Indian society, and also a challenge before humanity, is cohesion and harmony. Within Indian society, the social harmony and cohesion, as I said in the beginning, the diversities and disparities, many a time they create tensions and mistrust. And in order to achieve unity, the emphasizing social harmony and working for that is necessary. Second, an eco-friendly life at the personal and family level also. Many a time environmental issues are discussed on international fora. Public policies are made, protocols are signed. But ultimately it boils down to how the individuals and societies and communities, they behave with environment. So that is why small but doable actions for the ordinary people should be designed and it should be told and communicated. That's why eco-friendly life on the day-to-day basis for green life, clean life is necessary. Use less energy, save water, plant a tree. These things in a big way will be helpful so that you bring the people nearer to nature. Third, family values and inculcating, imbibing cultural and humanistic values in the upcoming generation, and families are built on affection and trust. So families are breaking because of modern life and many other issues. So that's why family values are important. That is why the RSS has thought of is emphasizing on healthy families. Healthy family is guarantee for healthy nations. And the fourth thing is nations have to be self-reliant. That's why our Prime Minister has also said Atmanirbharata, that is self-reliance in economy and also security issues and many other issues. But that doesn't mean give and take will be over. We have to keep the doors open, but anytime dealing with any society, any country, any nation should be on our own, in the nation's interest. So national self-hood in every walk of life, including economy and other, that also should be considered for proper nation building activity. And the fifth, civic duties and civic sense. That means wholesome citizenship qualities and virtues that should be inculcated, imbibed in individuals and communities. So these 5 areas, as a first step, the RSS has started among its volunteers, and now on the occasion of centenary year, we are now spreading it to the whole nation, and we have been communicating this to large society through various activities. And I believe these 5 areas are universal things: social harmony, environment, family values, civic sense and duties. All these things are definitely, they are having their universal acceptance, and this is in a way universal value for the whole world. So RSS has started to imbibe these qualities. So that is how we want to make a strong, prosperous nation that would be bringing the dreams of our forefathers for the great nation, and also to feel and make world as one family. So for that, it cannot be an emotional exhortation, but for that, a nation has to be strong and self-confident enough. Then only we can serve the cause of humanity wherever there is misery and hardship.
Okay. Well, that sounds like enough work to keep you busy for a while. That's a very, very ambitious and very thoughtful program.
We want your active participation and cooperation also for this.
There's nothing in any of those 5 points that I disagree with. So I think we can, I'm looking forward to continuing to get to know you, the organization, and India better, and working to build bridges. Thank you for this. And we actually do have some time for some questions from the audience. So please remember that a question is a short statement that ends would be punctuated with a question mark. So let's try to keep it short so that many can have a chance. Yes, the lady back here. And the mic is coming to you. Please introduce just tell us who you are and ask your question.
My name is Sahana Singh. I'm an author. I'm based in Ithaca, New York. And my question is for Dattatreya ji, I wanted to know the difference between volunteering and seva and the Sanghatan work done by RSS. Because see, my daughter studied in high school, and the only reason she did volunteering was that there were credits associated with it. So many hours of volunteering and you get credit, and that's how you graduate. But with RSS, there doesn't seem to be any of that kind of incentive. There's no incentive of heaven or a fear of hell, or no credits. But still, there are so many of them getting into this kind of work. And how is it different from volunteering?
I've already told. Volunteer is a loose translation of the term Swayamsevak. For short of better term, we are using this one. The Swayamsevak, or the volunteer, as I said, is not just giving some time for some community service and getting some credits, as you rightly recognized. So it is a way of life. The Sanghs, RSS, Swayamsevaks, the volunteers, they feel that it is a way of life that they have adopted. So that's why they volunteer, generally it is counted in time, 1 hour, 1 day, etc. Here it is 24/7 and 365 days. And once a Swayamsevak, always Swayamsevak, that is our basic thing that we say. So that is, it is a lifestyle that he has adopted. He follows it in his family, and it becomes a habit to live a life of, as I said, values with integrity, honesty, transparency, service-mindedness, and that gets expressed in every activity of the person who joins the RS. So that's why this is continuous. It is possible because of person-to-person continuous communication and contact, And I've already explained that in the beginning, how it goes on and on for, but the continuation is there. So that is how the Sangh's volunteering work is there. It is not, as you rightly put it, for some, but it is a lifestyle. And RSS volunteers, the Sangha Swayamsevaks, from day one they feel that they belong to this nation and culture and they have to do something for society and pay back to society. So this is imbibed because of the activities that are conducted in 1 hour assembly, which we call Shaka. So because of that, this is possible.
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Sudhanshu Kaushik. I'm a doctoral researcher at Johns Hopkins looking into political communications for young people. My question revolves around India. As you know, there are 67 crore or 670 million people below the age of 25. I've had the opportunity to study ABVP and how it engages young people. My question is more so, how do we move beyond, as someone who, focuses on the day-to-day, how do we incorporate, or how does the Sangh incorporate more young people into its decision-making body? I know you were talking about the conflict, or not the conflict, but the way that modernity works with our culture and tradition. So as a Sangathan, you value the time, the service that you put in, but modernity also requires more young people having a seat at the table. Really curious to hear your thoughts.
Yes, it is the activity that keeps engaged, as I already said. You wanted how many people? How young people are attracted?
Right, leadership in young people.
In RSS, all are young at heart. One more, the young people young by age, of course, because the Sangh Shakas are having on the age group based. The Sangha Shakas are for the young kids, boys, school-going boys, the people who are professionals, slightly grown up, and people who are retired, who are aged, who are senior citizens. So the activity designed accordingly. That is why Shakas are also held. They are conducted on the age group based manner. So that is why as I said, sense of the young people contact the young people and they come because of that friendship, one. And another thing is the leadership position is also there. These people are given the full freedom to design their activity. They conduct the whole the activity, the Shaka activity, and also the young people in the RSS, they are given the organizational positions because of one is RSS conducts training camps. Those who are having those training, because of that, organizational management is learnt. And another is experience because of their nature, behavior, and experience. They naturally, they take the leadership positions. And RSS believes in and practices teamwork and team leadership. That is continuously, it happens. Every Shaka is conducted because of a teamwork that is there. And these things help in achieving young people taking leadership positions and keep the activity going on.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. Very fascinating to listen to the conversation, the fireside chat. My question, I'm Pradeep Kapoor. I'm from the Indian Foreign Service and work now in the area of geopolitics and academics, and passionately involved with rural transformation. My question is, sir, the India-US partnership has the potential to become the defining partnership for the 21st century for the world. The threat perceptions on both the sides are quite similar. There's jihadi Islam, there's wokeism, there is China, there is terrorism, and maybe even political Islam for both the countries. How do the two countries better sync their positions and get into alignment in a way that it's better for US, it's better for India, and it's better for the world? Because we don't see that happening. We see lots of ups and downs and roller coaster rides and hiccups. How do we smoothen it a little bit in the long run with participation of, the Indian diaspora here does a lot of work. Unfortunately, we do not have a parallel diaspora, American diaspora in India, which would, of course, help similarly if it was there. But what are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
About this thing, I think much has been discussed during the day, and nothing more to be added. The thing is, the India diaspora in America, that's their role, if you want. See, their first allegiance is to, actually, as citizens, those who are citizens here, they have a duty to be good citizens of this country, this land. And as citizens, whatever is expected, they have to do that. And there is a cultural connect, and that should be retained. It will be retained naturally. And because of that, they can definitely help and participate in the process of creating better relation between these two great democracies and countries. And back home, if they feel that they can serve the cause of the culture, they are welcome to do that. But they can retain they should continue that affinity. So, Indian diaspora in America is not one monolith. It is also having a lot of I'm not telling they are warring groups, because their situations are different. Some are coming on long visa, some have come as students, some are Indian origin people who have been here for decades like you, and some are born birthright citizenship they have acquired. So Indian diaspora also carries many of the identities that they have back home in India, language, religion, etc. So that's why it is having many identities simultaneously. One individual is also having multiple identities in different times. So that's why I think this unique diversity can achieve unity because of the unique RSS way of thinking. So that is all those people, they should primarily be motivated. The world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and their duty towards host country and their cultural responsibility.
Okay. Well, I'm afraid we are coming to the end of our time together, and if I don't finish up, we'll never get out of here. Just to close down the conference, first of all, I would like to thank Dattatreya for sharing his time with us like this. for the many distinguished guests, Ambassador Quattro, and many other guests that are here today. I look around, I see a lot of faces of people I've come to know and trust in my work in India. My colleagues here at Hudson, I hope you heard the message from Joel Scanlon this morning of Hudson's deep determination to continue working on and helping to build this relationship. The many colleagues that joined us from other Washington think tanks. It's been, I think, a rich, exciting conference. It has renewed my own personal determination to continue to do what little I can do to build what I fully agree with Kurt Campbell is a decisive relationship for the peace and stability of the world in the 21st century. In some ways, when I think about what peace could look like at a time when I think most of us would say we don't see enough peace in the world, if India can be successful in bringing, let's not even talk about a geopolitical balance of power in Asia, but a cultural, economic, and social balance in the Indo-Pacific. If India can emerge as the kind of great civilizational power, font of ideas and enterprise, of generator of wealth, yet also built around a civilization of understanding, and take its full place among the other great nations and civilizations of the world, and I would never exclude China from a place at that table, Iran, many other fine nations, civilizations. India resuming its full place in the world is key to the development of a human world where we can all be fully members of our own cultures and civilizations, but learn from, mix with, work with people all over the world. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Great. Thank you.